Chapter 220. Vicious and Merciless. Rêverie. Ling Han casually threw a slap, and Pa, the fatty wielding the saber, was sent flying. Ha! The swordsman, old Zhang's expression stiffened. He thought that the fatso was showing off, but no matter how he showed off, there was no reason to take a slap from the other party. It instantly raised his vigilance. This kid is strange, the saber-wielding fatty said as he got up, stroking his hurting face. Strange where? Old Zhang asked. His strength is strangely large. When he held onto my wrist just now, I couldn't even get free, the saber-wielding fatso said truthfully with his face was on fire. If he tried to lie to save his face, it might get them both killed. Could it be an inborn gift like surprising physical power? The sword-wielding old Zhang speculated. It should be so. His presence is definitely just that of the first layer of the element-gathering tier, the saber-wielding fatso said with complete certainty. Both men stared fiercely at Ling Han. Kid, we originally had no grievances or hate, but if you must try to be brave, then it's you seeking your own death. Ling Han sighed as he never thought about helping. Adventuring here meant having resolve to face dangers, but who let that the youngster bump right into him with two middle-aged men who couldn't wait to attack them on his tail? The fact remained that he looked easy to bully, and now that they've gotten a small lesson, they were beginning to take him seriously. Hunyo, the skinny one is up to you, Ling Han said with a smile. He might as well let Hunyo practice. The little girl had the gushing spring tier guy from the Wu clan running in circles the other time, so the guy in the 9th layer of the element-gathering tier before them shouldn't pose much danger to her. Good. Hunyo immediately jumped out. Other than eating, fighting and such were her favorite activity, except they had been in the Imperial City so far, thus Ling Han wouldn't let her fight. What? The sword-wielding old Zhang almost got a crooked nose from anger. He let a 5-6-year-old little girl fight him? He couldn't help but conceive a wicked idea. He was going to split the little girl in two and use her blood-soaked corpse to tell Ling Han what were the results of infuriating him. Kid, let's spar a bit more. The saber-wielding fatso flourished his saber. This time, I definitely won't underestimate you. Those words implied that he lost earlier only because he was careless. Ling Han smiled and said, your face still hurts, right? You? The saber-wielding fatty was instantly angered out of embarrassment. That slap certainly hit him hard, so much that it still stung. Since you know the pain, why can't you remember and learn? Ling Han shook his head and laughed. You are already a dead man since you unleashed your saber against me anyways. It matters not if you can't remember. Bullsh. T. The saber-wielding fatso bellowed. With both his hands holding the saber's handle, he fiercely erupted with strong attacks. Large demon heaven saber, splitting skies and shattering ground. I, Zhu Qian Kuan, am invincible. Pooh. He hadn't finished his war cry, yet his stomach had already received a heavy kick and his entire being instantly flew like a cannonball. Pang, he fell heavily onto the ground and shrunk like a shrimp, his face convulsing. Ling Han pulled back his leg. In this attack, he used 20 to 30% of his strength, but for an opponent in the 9th layer of the element-gathering tier, that much power was enough to be lethal. However, this fatso was so fat that the power was redistributed by large amounts of fat. Unexpectedly, the kick didn't destroy his internal organs, but the skin on his entire body cracked under the immense shock, instantly turning him into a tragic blood-soaked man. Even though his life was saved, the fatso could only groan, no longer having a shred of battle power. On the other side, Hunyo was playing very contently. Her cultivation progress was absurdly fast, and she was now at the 7th layer of the element-gathering tier. She went head-on with the old sword user fearlessly, exhibiting a speed advantage over him and circling behind her opponent for a surprise attack. All this while, old Zhang could not even land a single attack on her. Shwa shwa shwa. Hunyo's hands were like tiger claws, and after several swings, old Zhang's back was covered in fresh blood. The blood stimulated Hunyo's murderous nature even further as she bared her teeth halfway and attacked even more ferociously. Behind Ling Han, the youngster stared with his mouth agape. A youngster in the 1st layer of the element-gathering tier wasted an opponent in the 9th layer of the element-gathering tier with a kick, and a 5-6-year-old little girl completely suppressed her opponent. What sort of monsters were these two? After a moment's effort, Hunyo slapped the sword user old Zhang unconscious and laughed as she returned to Ling Han's side, reverting to her look of a cute and pure little princess. Pa pa. At this time, The youngster used a rock to bash the Fatso and old Zhang's heads into mush to make sure they died. Even heaven-tier warriors wouldn't survive that. Ling Han couldn't help but look at him twice more. This youngster was quite vicious. "Thank you, benefactor, for upholding justice and saving me." The youngster quickly threw away the rock, and with an expression filled with humility, he said, "I'm called Yang Ming, I'm from Stone Country. Please don't blame me. I was hunted down over a long way and almost lost my life. I had to at least do that much to vent the hate in my heart." The two were mere robbers. If they died, then that was it. Ling Han did not care about them. What surprised him was Yang Ming's expression when he set about finishing them off without a shred of emotion, appearing utterly cold-blooded. "Benefactor, could I tag along? I was separated from my family when I came in, but I believe I can definitely meet them at the Central Hall. When that time comes, my family's seniors will definitely repay you generously." Yang Ming looked sincerely at Ling Han. Unsure of how long it'd be before reaching the canyon ahead, with multiple dangers ahead, it'd naturally be safer to cling to someone strong. Ling Han smiled as he looked at the other. While this guy was talking all this drivel, he just wanted him as a bodyguard. Was not bad at hoaxing people. Yang Ming saw that Ling Han was unmoved, then said unwillingly, "Benefactor, you know why those two were hunting me down? Because you look like a fat sheep?" Ling Han laughed. "That's only half." Yang Ming shook his head and continued, "In the village ahead, I was very lucky to have found an ancient record, but I soon bumped into those two and was hunted down by them. I placed the ancient record on top of a dried-up tree. As long as Benefactor promises to protect me along the way, I'm willing to give you the ancient record." "Ancient record?" Ling Han pondered and said, "What's that ancient record about?" "I only briefly looked at it. The ancient record should be an indigenous inhabitant's diary, recording the details of the ring-shaped mountain," Yang Ming said, paused, then continued, "There's also a map inside." The latter words moved Ling Han. He was very interested in the depths of the ring-shaped mountain, wanting to investigate its secrets. "All right, let's get that ancient record." Ling Han nodded. Yang Ming exulted at this reply. Normally, a cultivator's like for books was related to arts and skills. They naturally would not glance at other books more than once. He was only making a bet, and unexpectedly, Ling Han actually gave him a promise. Chapter 221. Logbook. Rêverie. They walked a bit on the outer ring of the ring-shaped mountain. Sure enough, Yang Ming took out an ancient record from a dried-up tree. The cover had almost completely rotted away, and it wasn't hidden very well. Half of it showed. Obviously, Yang Ming only hid it behind the tree trunk hastily at the time and shoved in the ancient record offhandedly, then immediately left. Hence it was hidden so sloppily. "Young Master Han here." Yang Ming submitted the ancient record respectfully with his head slightly lowered, a hint of unwillingness that was hard to perceive in his eyes. For normal people, this ancient record was worth nothing, but for some, it could be priceless. Ling Han took it without hesitation. On their way, he told Yang Ming his name. Hearing "benefactor" and such all the time was uncomfortable. He started to leaf through it in front of Yang Ming without being evasive. This was certainly a predecessor's logbook. The part at the start recorded some trifling matters. The person was called Xiao Ding, who was once a chief that managed a village, living a quiet life. Xiao family had lived here for many generations, but a change happened in Xiao Ding's generation. The whole village was driven away from the mystery realm, but Xiao Ding stayed behind with an act of great deception. He disobeyed the orders of one called Demon Master at the time, and entered the depths of the ring-shaped mountain, wanting to know why they were being expelled. Relying on his understanding of the land, he avoided several barriers, which enabled him to enter the depths. However, he was unable to enter the depths of the core area as a mysterious power infected him, making him feel like he wasn't himself anymore. He immediately ran, but it was too late. By the time he escaped and reached his village, he was already unable to control himself, barely able to record what he experienced in the depths of the mountains. The diary ended there. He probably died. Xiao Ding recorded various restrictions, recording everything in immense detail. This was probably because he was afraid he'd forget something. In the end, he conjectured that a terrifying existence was suppressed within Devil's Sky Mystery Realm, and the Central Hall was a backup array that reinforced the restrictions through blood sacrifice. Perhaps it existed since the very distant past, but problems occurred in his generation. Since the people in the mystery realm had all left, then what were the restrictions for? There was only one possibility: within was suppressed something of ominous origin. Ling Han closed the logbook and sunk into contemplation. From the looks of it, this mystery realm was very stable, so it shouldn't be a problem with the mystery realm itself like it breaking down. Then why were the people driven away back then? In the past, a blood zombie appeared in Devil Sky Mystery Realm, and Xiao Ding mentioned ominous origin in the logbook, believing that here was imprisoned something terrible and evil. Could the two be related? At the time, was it because the blood zombie's appearance that resulted in everyone's expulsion? Mystery realms were created by shattering void tier cultivators, but it didn't mean that every mystery realm had such a formidable person overseeing it. If shattering void tier cultivators couldn't shatter the void to enter into divine plane, then they too would die of old age. Perhaps, in the depth of this mountain were large amounts of blood zombies that required the power of a shattering void tier cultivator to subdue? However, inside Devil Sky Mystery Realm, there was no longer such a formidable cultivator. Therefore, they were forced to leave, leaving an empty space. The mystery realm to trap that thing. Young Master Han, can we depart? Yang Ming carefully asked. Ling Han nodded and said, "Go." The three set out, walking forward for half a day and finally seeing a large ravine from afar. It was as if a heavenly saber split the ring-shaped mountain, literally splitting open a seam in the massive mountain, which was as if connected to the sky. The fracture that descended from the sky was terrifyingly surprising. Even Ling Han could feel a hint of saber intent. In previous years, there had to exist an exceptionally strong cultivator who struck 4 times, cutting the ring-shaped mountain into 4 sections. Shattering void tier, it definitely was a shatter void tier cultivator, Ling Han thought to himself. In his former life, even he didn't have such might. Only the legendary shattering void tier cultivators boasted such remarkable abilities that a sliver of saber intent could remain even after an unknown amount of years, not eroded by the time. Too terrifying, a saber intent that could cross an eternity was unheard of. Although the ravine was in view, it was further than it appeared. Approaching it still required passing a long stretch of road. Since their target already appeared in their sight, they naturally had enough enthusiasm to speed up. Ah! A tragic scream came from afar. Apparently, a fight was going on, a very usual thing here. In a flash, 6 people, each with a sword, scuttled out from inside the jungle on the right. Each of them was as if they'd saw a ghost, terrified, only knowing to bolt for their lives. Xiao, a black shadow, passed through extremely quickly, and with a jump, it already caught up to a person, waving its hand toward the person's back of the head. That person seemed to have no more courage left, not even daring to resist, just escaping frantically. But they didn't know it was impossible for them to match up to the black shadow's speed. Instantly, their head took a hit, and with a paw, the entire head was in smithereens and hot blood gushed out. A terrifying and disgusting scene appeared. The black shadow lunged on top of the body to suck the man's blood and gnaw on his flesh. Hiss! Blood zombie? Ling Han frowned, automatically thinking about that evil thing. Wrong, 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 this isn't a blood zombie, but a second-tier bronze-armored combi. A youngster in black walked out the jungle. His face was dead pale without a hint of blood, giving off a feeling of a poltergeist in broad daylight. In his hand were 3 metal chains that were drawn tightly, as if tied to something heavy, but which was hidden inside the jungle and therefore out of sight. Thousand Corpse Sect? Ling Han knit his brows. What, you actually know of Thousand Corpse Sect? The youngster in black stared at Ling Han, revealing a strong murderous aura. Ling Han sneered, revealing a disgusted expression. Thousand Corpse Sect was an unparalleled evil force. People from this sect weren't strong themselves, but each refined a strong cultivator's corpse, then known as corpse soldier, commanding it like their own limbs. Its battle power was exceedingly shocking. The corpse soldiers were separated into 3 large stages, which were bronze-armored corpse, silver-armored corpse, and gold-armored corpse. Each stage was further divided into first level, second level, and third level, for a total of 9 levels that corresponded to the 9 tiers in martial arts from body refining tier to heaven tier. Where were the corpse soldiers of Thousand Corpse Sect from? Of course, from stealing the corpses of martial artists. If the martial artist's strength was strong while living, then the corpse soldier made from his body would be comparable in power. A third-level gold-armored corpse could even compare to a formidable heaven-tier cultivator. In order to steal a strong corpse, Thousand Corpse sect could be said as deranged and frenzied, not only digging up ancient tombs, but even stealing the corpses of strong cultivators buried not long ago. Consequently, this sect brought disgust to an overwhelming majority, and was once attacked by a coalition. Ling Han assumed that Thousand Corpse sect was annihilated. Unexpectedly, its disciple came running out now. Chapter 222. Thousand Corpse Sect. The black-robed young man stared at Ling Han. This young man could not possibly exceed 18 years old in age, and was only in the first layer of element gathering tier. Then how was it possible that he would immediately think of the Thousand Corpse sect when he heard the words, bronze-armored corpse? Strange. His name was Ronghuan Xian, and he bore a blood feud on his shoulders. He was forced into desperate straits by another, but then there appeared a huge turnaround in his life. He had obtained the inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect and became the heir of the sect even after it had vanished for so many generations. To obtain his vengeance, he dug up the skeletal remains of one of the ancestors of his enemy's clan, refined them to become his corpse soldier and eliminated the entirety of his enemy's clan. He had obtained his revenge, but he had also fallen captive to this feeling of being mighty. Not only had he not given up on this twisted path, he had instead ventured further and further along it. He began to cultivate his own corpse soldiers and search for new corpses to likewise transform and develop them. Young man, you know too much. Ronghuan Xian pointed, and that corpse soldier that had been devouring blood and flesh immediately stood up and stared at Ling Han and the rest. This was an old corpse of unknown age. The flesh around its chest was long rotted, revealing the bones inside. However, the flesh on its head, hands, and feet was quite well preserved and only half rotted. But this only made it even more terrifying as lumps of flesh were just hanging there, faintly revealing the white of the bones underneath. It was terrifying enough to scare anyone with lesser bravery to death. The corpse soldier had of course lost all sentience. However, after being refined, it was equivalent to it having gained a second life. Though it was only left with the instinctive need to devour blood and flesh in order to strengthen itself. Now that its meal had been interrupted, it was naturally enraged, and moaned at Ling Han and the others. Its chin made a ba-da-da-da sound, as if it was about to fall off at any moment, making for an extremely terrifying sight. Kill them! Ronghuan Xian issued his command. Xiao, that corpse soldier instantly leaped over, charging towards Ling Han and the others. A mere second-tier bronze-armored corpse. Ling Han humphed. His sword left its scabbard and stabbed towards that corpse soldier. With a ting, the blade scraped against the bones in the chest of the corpse soldier, creating a line of fiery sparks. The bones of the corpse soldier actually remained unscathed, which was outside of Ling Han's expectations. Ha 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 ha. The second-tier bronze-armored corpse soldier has just about consumed enough flesh and blood and is about to evolve to the third tier, so how could it be so easily injured by a piece of trash in the first layer of element gathering tier like you? Ronghuan Xian said coldly, making no move to interfere. In truth, he was in gushing spring tier. If he decided to make a move, then he would definitely be much stronger than the second-tier bronze-armored corpse. Shua, that corpse soldier stretched out a clawed hand towards Ling Han's heart. Its movements were vicious and deadly. Ling Han humphed, and his figure swayed, actually avoiding that corpse soldier and coming face to face with Ronghuan Xian. Then I will, he jumped high up directly. His sword slashed out, kill you. 6 flashes of sword chi appeared in a dance towards him. This slash was lithe and graceful, and had completely exceeded Ronghuan Xian's imagination. How could it have possibly circled around a second-tier bronze-armored corpse and appeared right in front of him? When he snapped out of it, that sword together with a might of 6 flashes of sword chi had appeared right in front of him. One had to understand that although Ling Han appeared to be only in the first layer of element gathering tier, his real ability was on the level of the first layer of gushing spring tier. Moreover, his battle prowess was even a few more battle stars above that. How could his attack be so easily blocked by a mere second-tier bronze-armored corpse? Ronghuan Xian had paid the price for his underestimation of Ling Han. But he was also a person who had crawled out of desperate straits and had a formidable will of his own. In the face of danger, he had instead become extremely calm. He suddenly opened his mouth and released a shrill whistle. Wang wang wang. He actually sprayed out a puff of black smoke from his mouth, which transformed into an ancient letter that blocked the power of the slash, as if it had transformed into a shield. Pang! The might of the sword had reached its target, yet it continued to release muffled sounds, as it was actually being melted by that black smoke. However, that ancient letter was also disappearing slowly. By the time the sword chi was completely destroyed, that ancient letter also swiftly vanished. Rong Huanxian had already retreated 30 feet away. A faint flush had appeared on his face and he looked a little bit more healthier than before, but the killing intent in his eyes was also considerably stronger, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Han whole. Source Corpse Chi? Ling Han gave a flourish of his sword, and said with a little bit of pity, I never thought that a mere martial artist in the 5th layer of Gushing Spring Tier like you would have managed to form Source Corpse Chi. Otherwise, he would have used the 3 styles of black origin rather than attacking so casually like he had done just now. You even know about Source Corpse Chi? Rong Huanxian appeared to be extremely shocked. Ling Han had guessed that he was the heir to the 1,000 Corpse sect through the appearance of the bronze-armored corpse. This was still easy to accept, because the 1,000 Corpse sect had been very well known in the past, so they must have left behind a considerable amount of inheritance. However, Source Corpse Chi. This was the secret technique of the 1,000 Corpse sect. If it was not someone who was extremely familiar with the 1,000 Corpse sect, there was no way he would know about it. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, You are already about to die anyways, so what's the point of spouting so much nonsense? Rong Huanxian looked enraged at this. He was an elite in the 5th layer of Gushing Spring Tier. He had only fallen to Ling Han's attack previously because he had not expected that Ling Han would be so powerful, so how could he possibly make the same mistake a second time? You are indeed a bit strange. You are obviously in the 1st layer of Element Gathering Tier, yet your ability is comparable to the 1st layer of the Gushing Spring Tier. He nodded in admission, then smirked coldly. But I am in the 5th layer of Gushing Spring Tier, and it would be extremely easy for me to subdue you. Is that so? When Ling Han had been in the 4th layer of Element Gathering Tier, he had not cowered in front of an elite of the 1st layer of Gushing Spring Tier. Now that he was in the 10th layer of Element Gathering Tier, he would naturally not fear a battle with an opponent in the 5th layer of Gushing Spring Tier. Since a 2nd-tier bronze-armored corpse can do nothing against you, then what about a 3rd-tiered one? Rong Huanxian laughed. He pulled sharply with his right hand. Chong, chong, chong. The crisp sound of chains was heard, as if something heavy was being dragged out, and shockingly, there appeared 3 copper coffins. 3 corpses? Ling Han's eyes turned apprehensive, and he could not help but frown. I've never thought you'd actually manage to cultivate 3 corpses. Every disciple of the 1,000 Corpse sect used corpse soldiers as their main weapon, and in theory, the more corpse soldiers one had, the better it was. But in truth, there was a limited number of corpse soldiers that could be controlled by every disciple. Because after the corpse soldier had been successfully refined, it was equivalent to having obtained a second life. Though it was only left with bloodthirsty instincts, it was also violent and vicious, so how could it be willing to remain under the control of another? The disciples of the 1,000 Corpse sect needed to use their Source Corpse Chi to control the corpse soldiers, but it was extremely difficult to form Source Corpse Chi. Thus, there was of course a limit to the number of corpse soldiers one could control. Ordinarily, those in Element Gathering Tier could only control 1, those in Gushing Spring Tier could control 2, and only when one reached Spiritual Ocean Tier could he control 3. Rong Huanxian was only in the 5th layer of Gushing Spring Tier, yet he had somehow cultivated 3 corpse soldiers. This was extremely strange. Ling Han was shocked, and Rong Huanxian was even more astonished, because Ling Han was even aware of the limitations of cultivating corpse soldiers. The reason why he could cultivate 3 corpses was because he had obtained the whole inheritance of the 1,000 Corpse sect, which included a prized treasure. This was what allowed him to cultivate an additional corpse soldier in Gushing Spring Tier, and as his cultivation level advanced, the number of corpse soldiers he would be able to control would increase further and further, and be double the number any ordinary disciple of 1,000 Corpse sect would be capable of controlling. He humphed and declared, You are extremely strange and I must eliminate you. He clapped a hand onto the copper coffin in the middle, and pang, the lid of the coffin was instantly flung away as yet another corpse soldier leaped out of the coffin. 3rd-tier bronze-armored corpse, he declared haughtily. Chapter 223. Silver-armored corpse. Rêverie. Ling Han looked at the 3rd-tier bronze-armored corpse, frowning slightly. He might not be able to defeat a 3rd-tier bronze-armored corpse, but it wouldn't be able to kill him, either. The key was that his opponent was pulling on 3 caskets, In other words, there was still one corpse soldier that didn't appear. Another bronze-armored corpse, or a silver-armored corpse. Even a first-tier silver-armored corpse was equivalent to a spiritual ocean-tier cultivator. Ling Han was freakishly strong, but not so to the degree of being able to fight a spiritual ocean-tier head-on with brute force. Besides, corpse soldiers couldn't feel, did not fear death nor being hurt, and unless their head was blown up, they'd never lose their battle capability, making them extremely hard to deal with. More importantly, corpse soldiers came from refinement. During this process, a corpse soldier's body became extremely durable, comparable to cast metal materials of the same tier. How would he break through it? Thus, to completely kill a corpse soldier, one needed to surpass the corpse by an entire tier to shatter it completely through overwhelming power. Ling Han's power right now was equivalent to the first layer of the gushing spring tier, insufficient to take care of even a third-tier bronze-armored corpse, not to mention a silver-armored corpse. Besides, even if he could instantly kill Rong Huanxian, corpse soldiers wouldn't die because the puppeteer was dead. On the contrary, they'd break away from control and kill based on their instincts. However, Rong Huanxian was in the fifth layer of the gushing spring tier. Not easy to kill anyway. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "Inside your third casket, don't tell me there's a silver-armored corpse?" Instantly, Rong Huanxian's expression changed slightly, and he sneered as he said, "You know quite a bit about the Thousand Corpse sect." Ling Han said no more and immediately bolted, grabbing Hunyo with the left hand and carrying Yang Ming in the right hand. Xiao xiao xiao. In an instant they turned into a small black dot. Sure enough, there was a silver-armored corpsito hell with fighting. Ah! Rong Huanxian was dumbfounded, then let out a sky-shaking angry roar. He completely didn't expect Ling Han to run so decisively. Good for nothing. Good for nothing. He yelled at the two corpse soldiers in anger. However, corpse soldiers would only commence battle after he gave them the command to. Otherwise, if they had their own intentions, they'd probably kill him first and eat his flesh and blood completely. Humph. After a while he settled down and said to himself, "It's nothing, that guy will definitely go to the central hall. I'll kill everyone there, and my 3 corpse soldiers will all level up. I hear that there are blood zombies here. Their battle power is comparable to flower blossom tier cultivators, if I can get 3 of those. Hee hee. The blood zombie only appears when the blood sacrifice is insufficient. If I kill everyone in the central hall, then the blood zombie will definitely appear." Ha 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 ha. He kept laughing maniacally. Only after Ling Han ran nearly 50 kilometers at a stretch did he stop, offhandedly throwing Yang Ming to the side and placing Hunyo down. Yang Ming was probably never treated in such a rough way. The veins on his neck popped out and he made a furious face, but as he thought about the difference in strength between him and Ling Han, he immediately suppressed his anger. "Young Master Han, the ravine is right ahead. Let's go," he said impatiently. Ling Han nodded. His dantian was unusually large after he ran 50 kilometers at a stretch. He only used up nearly 10% of his origin power, which could be quickly recovered by taking a second-level return origin pill. If people were to see it, they'd definitely scold him for squandering money. Return origin pills were definitely used during battle, because normally one would meditate to recover origin power, and where would one get the time to do that during a battle? Ling Han was overbearingly rich and least lacking in medicinal pills, eating them casually. They were certainly closer to the ravine. In a few minutes at most, they'd be able to walk to the entrance. Ling Han. From afar, someone waved at them, and quite a few people were there. After a close look, it was Qi Yongyi and the others. Ling Han sped up his footsteps as he walked over, only to see that other than Li Si-chan, Guang Yuan, and Li Hao and his partner, everyone who journeyed together earlier was here. "Who is this?" They looked at Yang Ming. "This humble one is Yang Ming. No one important." Yang Ming hurriedly paid obeisance to the others, acting very humbly. However, when his eyes swept past Lu Yutong, a breathtaking expression flashed across his face, and he couldn't help but look twice more, finally lowering his head. "This isn't a place to talk. We go in first," Ling Han said seriously. Rong Huanxian could appear from behind at any time. Rong Huanxian himself wasn't a big deal, but the key was that he brought a silver-armored corpse. In a place where spiritual ocean tier cultivators ruled, the silver-armored corpse was almost an invincible being. Everyone saw his solemn expression and none opposed, as they were all waiting for Ling Han to arrive anyways. Since the man of the hour arrived, why not leave? On the way, Ling Han explained the incident regarding Rong Huan Xian. Hearing it, everyone's hair stood up. Corpse soldier. They've never heard of it. What the hell was that? The blood zombies here. Could they be corpse soldiers? Bailey Ting Yun guessed. Possibly. The others nodded in succession. This would explain why Rong Huan Xian appeared. Perhaps there was 1,000 corpse sex inheritance here, and Rong Huan Xian was here to take it. An inheritance like that, even if it's god tier, I wouldn't want it. Li Dongyu shook his head like a rattledrum. The others also shook their heads in succession. Nurturing a corpse. Just the thought of it gave them goosebumps. If they were really to enjoy its company day and night, it was possible they'd puke themselves to death. Guang Yuan still hasn't arrived? Ling Han frowned. The only person by his side that could go against a silver-armored corpse was Guang Yuan, and without that old fellow blocking in front, whoever encountered the silver-armored corpse would only get shredded to pieces. A silver-armored corpse needed a spiritual ocean tier's body to evolve, so they didn't even qualify as food. Senior Guang Yuan was teleported near another ravine, Lu Yutong said with a bit of regret. The spiritual ocean tier was the strongest force here. With Guang Yuan here, they would be a lot safer. Forget it, let's go. On the way, Yang Ming became livelier after he grasped everyone's situation, calling others brothers. However, he never leaked his identity, and no one was suspicious of him because of Ling Han. This ravine looked like a stretch of sky from afar, but when actually walking inside, one would definitely be shocked by the ravine's scale. 50 kilometers long and around 1 kilometer in width. Not to mention straight through and through, just as if cut by a sharp weapon. No single place was even a bit wider or a bit narrower. Several hundred kilometers was naturally no big deal for martial artists in element gathering tier. After a long period of time, they walked past the long ravine, and a majestic hall appeared ahead. At the first sight of the large hall, everyone revealed a shocked expression, for the edifice was floating in the air, connected to rows of stairs that were floating as well. An impressive spectacle indeed. So magical. Chapter 224. A magnificent turn. Rêverie. What a magical formation. As a former heaven tier cultivator, Ling Han's interest was naturally placed on something else than the others. The others were just shocked by this magical scene, but he found why the palace hall was floating. Right below the hall was an empty public square, but this plain-looking square was not so simple. Vein-like lines formed an intriguing pattern with indistinct flashes of light on it. Another look at the bottom of the palace. There were also corresponding vein-like lines shining faintly there. Ling Han was amazed by it. Though he has seen many formations that were used for either defense or attack, very few were of the anti-gravity type. This certainly looked grand, but for martial artists, this had no practical use. This was the central hall. Behind the large hall was a thick forest. They came just in time to see someone's silhouette disappear into the forest. Let's first go to the central hall to offer blood, Qi Yongyi said. He counted as half royalty and didn't wish for a calamity to occur in Rain Country in the least. This was the common view of those with a vested interest. Everyone nodded. If a blood zombie really appeared, it would benefit no one. They walked up the stairs, where there were many people from not only Rain Country, but also Rock Country and Fire Country. The 9 countries had an unwritten rule, which was that fights were prohibited in the central hall. Letting the blood sacrifice go smoothly was of mutual benefit to the 9 large countries. Whoever broke this rule would become the public enemy of the 9 countries. Because the Mystery Realm opened again after more than 300 years, everyone here naturally came for the first time, and while walking on the steps, they cried out in surprise. Many people only moved a step after a long while, shocked by the nature-defying construct. Climbing step by step, their feet were suspended in midair by the steps underneath. As they got higher, they naturally felt unease, but also became excited because who else other than flower blossom tier cultivators could fly amid heaven and earth? Although it didn't count as flying, it was roughly the same feeling. Standing on top of the highest heavens and passing judgment on everything. Ling Han was also a bit overwhelmed by emotions. It was no wonder a formation like this was created through painstaking effort, as it certainly felt more satisfying. To arrange such a large formation, the materials necessary also had to be extremely precious. Small countries like Rain Country and Fire Country couldn't make it even if they used the entire country's power. There was a total of 3,333 steps, yet it took them nearly half an hour to walk to their end. First, they were walking and gazing because it was so shocking, and second, there were too many people on the steps, so squeezing through all the way wasn't easy. The large hall finally appeared in front of them. This was a building without 4 sidewalls and with a total of 12 massive stone columns supporting the ceiling. Each stone column was nearly 333 meters tall, making this large hall appear extremely grand. "Young master! Young master!" A voice filled with surprise was heard. 3 people squeezed out from the crowd, headed by a 60-year-old man with a relatively strong presence. "Uncle Fu!" Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He instantly revealed a joyful expression and hurriedly greeted them. "Young master, are you all right?" The 3 were all nervously looking at Yang Ming. This was AO family's young master. If anything were to happen, they would definitely have to pay with their lives. "I'm fine." Yang Ming smiled slightly and turned around. His temperament changed drastically all of a sudden. Although he was hitting it up with the others before, he looked like an underling. Now he was filled with grace of a person with high status, just like an ugly duckling suddenly turned into a beautiful swan. "Everyone, please allow me to introduce myself again." His eyes swept past everyone. "My family name is AO, and first name is Yang Ming. I'm a direct disciple of Winter Moon Sect." Winter Moon Sect. In the vast lands, sects and countries could not be randomly established. With only a spiritual ocean tier cultivator to oversee things, an organization could only be called a faction. With a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator overseeing things, a country could be established, and a sect needed an even higher tier. At the very least, a flower blossom tier cultivator had to keep watch over it. Winter Moon Sect was the closest sect near the 9 nations of the desolate north. It was rumored that a formidable spiritual infant tier cultivator watched over Idav, and the 9 nations of the desolate north needed to be respectful of it. For if Winter Moon Sect got displeased, dispatching a random flower blossom tier cultivator could sweep across a single country. And if a spiritual infant tier cultivator personally stepped forth, even the reclusive flower blossom tier cultivators of the 9 nations fighting together would only be put down in the end. The higher the tier, the greater the difference a tier or even half a small tier made, not to mention a large tier's difference. Qi Yongyi and the others were shocked. Being a direct disciple meant that AO Yang Ming's status in Winter Moon Sect was even nobler than that of the eldest prince and the 3rd prince. It was no wonder he kept his identity secret on the way. He must have been afraid that after it was exposed, people would covet the arts and skills he cultivated. Skills passed by Winter Moon Sect, just how precious was that? Now, AO Yang Ming had his family's protection, and naturally had no more qualms. Surname AO? Winter Moon Sect. A coldness flashed by in Ling Han's gaze. Could this guy have any relations with AO Feng? According to Ling Dongxing, AO Feng was distinguished and lived an unconventional lifestyle with countless illegitimate children, and because of that, his mother fled the marriage. If one were to say that the person in front of him was AO Feng's love child, then that was completely possible. He of course wouldn't be impudent and directly ask him. He just showed a faint smile. Qi Yongyi and the others promptly paid obeisance. This was a large sect's direct discipline was alright even if they couldn't be friends, but they definitely couldn't have a big argument. Otherwise, it could bring their own families a disaster. AO Yang Ming was expectedly arrogant, placing his attitude extremely high. Except when he looked at Lu Yutong, his gaze became gentle, and he said, "Lady Yutong, do you have any interest in joining Winter Moon Sect?" Joining Winter Moon Sect. Everyone was shocked, revealing an envious expression. Moon Winter Sect, joining such a sect could give one the chance to step into spiritual pedestal or flower blossom tier, maybe even spiritual infant tier. Of course, just by the looks of AO Yang Ming inviting only Lu Yutong, one would know what sort of idea this guy had planned. Undoubtedly, Lu Yutong was one of the 2 most beautiful in the imperial city, beautiful like an angel. It was not surprising that AO Yang Ming fell for her. No. Lu Yutong declined without thinking at all. She knew that AO Yang Ming fancied her good looks, but even if he really valued her natural aptitude, she wouldn't agree. Firstly, what sort of art was she cultivating? Heaven tier. Would Winter Moon Sect give her heaven tier art to cultivate? Putting aside whether they had it or not, even if they had it, they wouldn't easily pass it on to outsiders. Secondly, following Ling Han, she didn't need to worry about medicinal pills. That guy was not far from becoming an Earth-grade alchemist. Thirdly, and most importantly, she was not willing to leave Ling Han. With the third condition, it was enough to overturn everything. Ao Yongming was originally certain that Lu Yutong would agree, but never did he expect her to reject it so straightforwardly. It turned his expression instantly into an awkward one. He looked at Ling Han and revealed a sneering smile from the corner of his lips. On the way, he obviously saw that Lu Yutong had feelings for Ling Han. Then he'd first have to trample on Ling Han to show that the latter was worthless. Chapter 225. Turn Against a Friend. Rêverie. Ao Yongming looked at Ling Han with a faint smile at the corner of his lips and said, Ling Han, shouldn't you return the ancient record I lent you earlier? Lent. Ling Han smiled as well, and asked somewhat surprised, Lent? Old brother Yongming, could it be that you forgot this was the price for saving you? And, weren't you just calling me young Master Han here and there? Now you're directly calling me by name, aren't you too quick at changing your attitude? Some things were unspoken rules that everyone secretly knew, but it couldn't be laid out on the table, like when Yongming pretended to be an underling because he lacked in strength. If he still acted like a great young master, then it was guaranteed he'd be killed in seconds. Oh, you say you're the direct disciple of Winter Moon sect? Show me the proof. Not to mention the ability to produce the proof, even if it was possible, since he offended Moon Winter sect's disciple, why not just kill him instead of inviting trouble? Therefore, Ao Yongming naturally acted humbly, and everyone understood why. However, Ling Han laid it bare in public, not giving him any face. Ao Yongming's face suddenly had a hint of haze. The old man known as Uncle Fu was burning with murderous spirit, taking a step out to say, Young man, what nonsense are you saying? Speak carelessly and offend my family's young master again, and I'll definitely spill your blood all over. Hee hee. Ao Yongming softly stopped Uncle Fu, and said, Uncle Fu, Ling Han walked alongside with me. He can talk nonsense, but I can't forget our old friendship. Yes, young master is generous. This old servant admires you greatly. Uncle Fu said with a bow, looking just like a slave. This old man was a spiritual ocean tier cultivator. In this small world, he was one of the top-notch cultivators, and as long as they flaunted their identity as Winter Moon sect, even spiritual pedestal tier cultivators needed to give some face. Qi Yongyi and the others frowned. This old man completely submitted to Ao Yongming, and if Ao Yongming were determined to oppose Ling Han, then the situation would be far from good. This Ao Yongming was truly shameless. Clearly, Ling Han saved him. Forget it if he wasn't grateful, but he went as far as to point the muzzle at Ling Han. Don't burn the bridge after crossing it. He was a typical base person. Ao Yongming looked again at Ling Han and said indifferently, Ling Han, hand over the ancient record and we're still friends, otherwise. He didn't continue, but Uncle Fu showed a terribly ferocious look, displaying most vividly his dog-slavish appearance. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, When you've got problems, you call me young Master Han, and when you don't, you call me Ling Han. Could you be a chameleon? Ao Yongming. Since when were you my friend? Are you fit to be? Ao Yongming's expression changed abruptly, and Uncle Fu stepped forward again, ready to strike, but Ao Yongming reached out and halted him. This young man's expression was cold like water as he looked towards Qi Yongyi and the others, and said, Everyone, you've all seen Ling Han's arrogance. Do you still want to walk down the shady path? This young master will give you all a chance to sever your connections with Ling Han, and stand behind this young master. Otherwise, you'll be enemies of Winter Moon sect. Those were quite some big words. Winter Moon sect's enemies? Even those who controlled the 8 large families would feel a chill in their hearts, let alone Qi Yongyi and these juniors. That was a superpower with spiritual infant cultivators, and them dispatching a random flower blossom tier could create a massive disturbance for Rain Country. Although Ao Yongming couldn't truly represent Winter Moon sect and move flower blossom tier cultivators, Uncle Fu, who stood behind him, alone could suppress all of them. Moreover, Ao Yongming could attack absolutely unrestrained, yet would Qi Yongyi and the others dare to harm him? If Ao Yongming didn't reveal his identity, then killing him would be no thing no one would know, or have to worry about Winter Moon Sect's revenge. But how many people were in the large hall now? Especially with Fire Country's martial artists, they would be extremely happy to see Rain Country's people and Winter Moon Sect come into conflict, and better yet, draw out Winter Moon Sect's elders, wiping away Rain Country with a single hand. Only able to take a beating and with no way to retaliate, how would one fight a war like that? Yongming sneered. He wanted Ling Han to taste betrayal and isolation, then physically attack him, making him break down completely. Qi Yongyi and the others were indecisive, but Jin Wuji was the first to stand by Ling Han's side, his expression resolute. Only with Ling Han's great assistance was he able to get together with Zhang Fei Yan. If he betrayed Ling Han now, would he still be called a man? Kan Yi walked over with an emotionless expression. He honored his words. A promise was like the weight of a mountain. Since he agreed to be Ling Han's sidekick, before he could kill Ling Han with one slash, he'd never betray Ling Han. With the two as an example, Qi Yongyi and the others were naturally affected. Considering that they all had a great social status, Yongming wouldn't be so rampant as to kill them all, would he? With that thought in mind, they all stood by Ling Han, giving no face to Yongming. Watching one after another walk to Ling Han's side, Yongming's expression fell, and his eyes seemed to be about to spout fire. Were these people blind, rejecting a direct disciple of Winter Moon Sect and instead clinging on to Ling Han? Although Ling Han certainly was a bit weird, possessing a strong battle power, he was still an element-gathering tier martial artist when all was said and done. Good. Yongming planned to upset Ling Han by making him feel betrayal, thinking Ling Han would lose himself, and in this way, Lu Yutong's positive feelings about Ling Han would definitely drop. But now, the one who was humiliated was instead him. How could he stand this emotionally? Ling Han, you're not going to hand over what's mine, right? He said threateningly with murderous aura like a saber. Wrong, that was money used to buy your life. Want me to hand it over? Fine, but exchange for it with your life. Ling Han said indifferently. As a former heaven-tier cultivator, the pride and unyieldingness in his bones was tougher than anyone else's. Moreover, Yongming was also a Winter Moon Sect's disciple that could be Feng's son, so he had even more reason not to be polite. How dare you? Uncle Fu immediately yelled out with fury in his eyes, filled with murderous aura. This time, Yongming did not stop him and instead placed his hands behind his back, appearing extremely pretentious. Uncle Fu understood, and approached Ling Han slowly step by step. His murderous aura was getting fiercer and fiercer. He intentionally tried to give Ling Han enormous pressure, attempting to make this junior collapse under the pressure. Qi Yongyi involuntarily took a few steps back. Though they were on Ling Han's side, their relationship wasn't so good as to fight a spiritual ocean-tier cultivator. That was simply suicide. Ling Han didn't have such intentions either. He already prepared a swift cloud talisman, and at the crucial time, he was ready to stick it on and run. Ah! Just when things were about to ignite, a tragic scream came from below. A dark shadow rushed into the crowd. Pang, pang, pang. The nearby people were shaken like rice straws, limbs and blood splattering everywhere. Rong Huanxian's figure appeared. He was still dragging 3 bronze caskets, but all 3 corpse soldiers were already out and on a killing spree. Chapter 226. Power of the Bronze Casket. Rêverie. Other than Ling Han and Yongming, the other people didn't know about Rong Huanxian's background. Seeing that Rong Huanxian was actually slaughtering people in the central hall, the people there were shocked and infuriated. This kid dared disobey the common law of the 9 nations, and kill people here publicly. Moreover, he was obviously not seeking revenge on anyone, because the 3 corpse soldiers were basically on an indiscriminate killing spree. They killed whoever they saw and ate whoever they killed, filling people with fear and disgust. What the hell are these things? Not everyone had such rich experience like Ling Han. Seeing 3 things that were supposed to be dead full of life and appetite, they couldn't help but stare blankly and feel their worldview break down. Could it be the blood zombies? Someone said with a trembling voice. The blood zombie was originally a myth, but if it really did appear, then it'd be completely within reason. As those words came out, quite a few people were frightened out of their wits. Back then, when the blood zombie came into being years ago, it almost annihilated the 9 nations of the desolate north, forcing the 9 recluse flower blossom tier cultivators to cooperate and sacrifice their lives to kill the blood zombie. To kill it, flower blossom tier cultivators had to die with it. What abilities and status did they have to fight against such an existence? No. Someone immediately saw the discrepancy. This strongest monster is only in the spiritual ocean tier. It isn't a blood zombie. You're right, it's just in the spiritual ocean tier. Many more people saw through the 3 corpse soldiers' strengths. 1 in the spiritual ocean tier, 1 in the gushing spring tier, 1 in the element gathering tier. Nothing to be afraid of. The masses gradually calmed their minds. Though there were people coming and going, and 10 people with the cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier were present, could they not take care of it 10 on 1? Discovering that the corpse soldiers were nothing to be afraid of, Uncle Fu also calmed down, and swiveled his gaze back on Ling Han. A chill seeped from the corner of his lips as he said, "Junior, come kneel and beg for forgiveness before my young master. I can still plead on your behalf to spare your worthless life." "Oh, if you like being someone else's lapdog, then that's that, yet you still act all high and mighty. I honestly don't know from where you get that sense of superiority." Ling Han shook his head. "I'll just take that I saved an ingrate." Impudence. Uncle Fu was enraged, finally deciding not to toy with Ling Han anymore and just kill him mercilessly. Pang, 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 pang. The 3 corpse soldiers attacked in their direction. Under the guidance of the silver-armored corpse, they completely swept everything before them. Rong Xianhuan carried the bronze casket, following behind. It was not known why he kept carrying such a heavy thing. "Ha ha ha, let's see where you'll run off to now." Rong Huanxian stared at Ling Han, full of murderous aura. "What the?" Qi Yongyi and the others were in cold sweat. They felt that Ling Han was too good at finding trouble. Just look, a spiritual ocean tier had yet to be taken care of, and here came another one. Rong Huanxian swept a glance at Uncle Fu and said coldly, "Get out of my way." Uncle Fu was trembling in Ongera mere 5th level gushing spring tier dared tell him to get out the way? Where did he get such confidence? He sneered and said, "Junior, you're dead for sure." Shua, the silver-armored corpse's figure flashed, and it struck at Uncle Fu with a claw, radiating an indistinct stench. "Corpse poison," Uncle Fu called out in surprise. As a Winter Moon sect disciple, his knowledge and experience was naturally above that of normal people. "That's right. My silver-armored corpse has 4th level corpse poison. If you get tainted by it, then I promise you'll die through and through." Rong Huanxian laughed out loud. "Junior, there's no hatred between us. Why must we fight to the death?" Uncle Fu attacked consecutively, yet he found no way past the silver-armored corpse defense. He attacked continuously, yet it didn't dodge or evade. Its body was stable like Mount Tai, and he couldn't even disrupt its pace. This made his courage drop a lot, thinking about suing for peace. "This guy is mine." Rong Huanxian pointed at Ling Han and said, his gaze filled with confusion and curiosity. He wanted to know how Ling Han had such a deep understanding of Thousand Corpse sect. "Humph, heterodox doctrines, everyone has the right to punish you." Several other spiritual ocean tier cultivators appeared, each with a displeased expression. They were all from the 9 nations, and now an outsider suddenly came and slaughtered their disciples. How could they endure it? "Kill the user and these monsters will automatically be defeated," a spiritual ocean tier said. "Yes." The others all agreed. Rong Huanxian laughed loudly and said, "You're mistaken, you're all going to die and become my corpse soldiers' food. Go kill, kill, kill. Attack." Several spiritual ocean tier cultivators jumped out and launched attacks towards Rong Huanxian. This kid had the cultivation of a mere 5th layer of the gushing spring tier. How could he possibly be these spiritual ocean tier warriors' opponent? He'd definitely die in one move, and when the master died, these corpse puppets would naturally meet their end too. Really, what an idiot. "Ha ha ha, you guys think I'm an idiot?" Rong Huanxian sneered, and jumped right into the bronze casket. The half-opened casket immediately closed, emitting a crisp sound. "Idiot." The spiritual ocean tier cultivators sneered. Could he escape disaster just by running into a casket? What a joke, they just needed to attack the casket, and Rong Huanxian would easily be shaken to pieces because of the powerful shockwaves. D. A spiritual ocean tier attacked, swatting forward. A thought flashed across Ling Han's mind. He immediately yelled out, "You mustn't!" It was already too late. That spiritual ocean tier's right hand already swatted on the bronze casket. However, even if Ling Han had yelled out a bit earlier, it wouldn't have been of any use. Who would believe a junior in the element gathering tier? Inky black thread-like lines shone on the casket and formed a strange seal. It looked like a word, but also like an image. It was quite difficult to distinguish. The black light flared up, and this seal flew out at a surprisingly fast speed, sinking into the spiritual ocean tier warrior's chest. The spiritual ocean tier warrior turned around blankly with an expression of disbelief. He reached out as if to grab something, but his arm feebly drooped down. On his chest was a shocking large black wound. The black was spreading quickly, apparently boasting a strong corrosive quality. Soon, it corroded a transparent hole in his chest. The spiritual ocean tier fell to the ground weakly, but the corrosion didn't stop and continued upwards to his shoulders and head, and downwards to his legs and feet. Within just a few breaths, he was completely gone, leaving only a pile of black water behind. Although there were nearly 10,000 people here, when they saw the scene, they revealed horrified expressions, feeling chills throughout their body. Even their jaws started to shiver. It was a spiritual ocean tier cultivator who died in such an incomprehensible way, and so tragically. Ling Han sighed inwardly as he knew that these 3 caskets should be 1,000 Corp Sec's largest inherited treasures, which were high-level spirit tools that would activate once attacked. Shooting out black light that could instantly kill a spiritual ocean tier cultivator. They were extremely terrifying. No wonder Ronghuan Xian dragged the 3 caskets with him wherever he went. Chapter 227. Lu Yutong's Choice. Rêverie. You guys go first, Ling Han said to Qi Yongyi and the others. And you? Lu Yutong asked hurriedly. Ling Han smiled. I won't go for now, but I'll quickly catch up to you guys. Ha ha ha, you won't be able to leave. Ronghuan Xian's droning voice came from inside the bronze casket. You all must die and become my corpse soldiers' food. Ling Han ignored him and said, You guys go, that way I won't have to worry. Qi Yongyi and the rest nodded and left. They didn't know why they believed Ling Han firmly. It was as if this boy had an ineffable charisma that made them involuntarily follow what he said. When they backed Ling Han, part of it was due to his charismatic personality. Kill, don't let a single one go. Ronghuan Xian yelled from inside the bronze casket. The silver-armored corpse immediately cast aside Uncle Fu and stood guard at the exit, killing whoever thought to escape. It had battle power of the spiritual ocean tier, even exceeding 9 stars in battle prowess. While it couldn't use any techniques, it had lethal corpse poison instead, which was even better than techniques against people who were at lower tiers. One sweep killed an entire crowd. Stop it! Several spiritual ocean tier cultivators yelled out. The juniors here were from their country. Moreover, it involved the blood sacrifice problem. If it prompted the blood zombie to appear, then it truly would be a big incident. Thus, 8 spiritual ocean tier cultivators fought the silver-armored corpse together. Everyone, leave the large hall immediately, and if you see other people on the way, tell them to change paths and head to other central halls. With the 8 people blocking the silver-armored corpse, the other people finally got the chance and fled continuously out the hall. Go! Ling Han said to Lu Yutong. If you don't go, then I won't go. Lu Yutong clenched her teeth as she said. Humph, quite affectionate. Ao Yongming sneered. Uncle Fu, take them down. Yes, young master. Uncle Fu quickly nodded and stared coldly at Ling Han, approaching step by step. Time to go. Hold on to me. Ling Han carried Hu Niu in one hand while yelling out to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong's face reddened, but she clung onto Ling Han without hesitation. Smelling his strong and manly smell, she felt her heart thump fiercely, almost jumping out from her throat. Go. Where do you think you're going? Uncle Fu sneered. He was already blocking their way to the hall's exit. Was Ling Han still going to force his way through? Ling Han dashed swiftly. With only a few steps, he was already at the edge of the hall. This hall had no surrounding sidewalls, and he could jump out whichever way. Only the direction of the entrance had flights of steps. As for the other 3 directions, well, sorry, that's several thousand meters height. Below was the concrete plaza, and jumping down from this height led only to death. "Uncle Fu, bring them back!" Ao Yongming yelled out at once. Ling Han's death didn't matter, but if a beautiful woman like Lu Yutong were to fall and turn into a bloody mess, how unfortunate would that be? "This old servant understands." Uncle Fu scuttled to the edge of the hall. He reached out with his hand, forming a massive hand made of origin power, grabbing at Ling Han at an incredible speed. Spiritual Ocean Tear was Spiritual Ocean Tear after all. As his hands opened up, he already reached Ling Han's back. Seeing this, Lu Yutong grit her teeth and revealed a determined expression. Ling Han noticed it and said at once, "Don't be reckless." However, Lu Yutong ignored him and pushed Ling Han with both hands. Ling Han fell faster, and she rammed into the large hand. Ding! She unleashed her sword and sliced at the massive hand made of origin power. The difference in strength was just too great. That massive hand clenched and Lu Yutong was easily captured. However, due to her action, Ling Han was already out of the massive hand's furthest reach, so it could only roll back with Li Yutong in hold. Uncle Fu threw Lu Yutong off-handedly to the ground and said to Ao Yongming, "This old servant has failed you, please punish me, young master." "No matter, that guy will face certain death anyways." Ao Yongming scowled. He only cared for Lu Yutong. So what if Ling Han fell into bits? The ancient record wouldn't break from the fall, so he could just pick it up from the corpse later. However, his face instantly revealed an astounded expression, because Ling Han opened up a large umbrella as he fell and the speed of his descent slowed immediately. It was as if a cotton wad was floating in the air and into the distant forest. Now, with this detour, even if Uncle Fu immediately chased out the hole, Ling Han would have already fallen into the forest. That was a natural barrier, and how would he find Ling Han after that? "Damn it!" he immediately hollered, but when his gaze swept past Lu Yutong, a smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. With this hostage in hand, he wouldn't have to worry about Ling Han hiding forever and not coming out. In the distance, Ling Han's gaze was as if it could penetrate space, falling on Ao Yongming's face. At this moment, a fierce killing intent was born in his heart. Ao Yongming automatically felt a chill within, but he immediately thought that with his identity, he had no need to fear this boy. Thus, he straightened his back at once. Ling Han mouthed a few words, and didn't look again, falling into the forest. "Look, you risked your life for him, yet he didn't even look back once more," Ao Yongming said to Lu Yutong. This was naturally the time to drive a wedge between them. Lu Yutong was unmoved and looked deridingly at Ao Yongming and said, "He'll come save me." "Oh, save you on what basis?" Ao Yongming sneered, "A mere trash with cultivation in the element gathering tier." Lu Yutong said no more, as if holding Ao Yongming in contempt. Ao Yongming was furious and about to flip out, but heard Uncle Fu say, "Young master, it's dangerous here. Let's talk after we leave." Ao Yongming could only nod and say, "Go." The party left the large hall. They heard from afar the fierce sounds of the battle between the 8 spiritual ocean tier cultivators and the silver-armored corpse, and a worried expression surfaced on their faces. Ling Han put away the blood-sucking origin gold, his expression gloomy as he walked along. Hunyo sensed the rage hidden underneath Ling Han's calm expression, and bared her teeth as if about to bite someone. "I can't not save my attendant. However, if I go as I am now, it's equivalent to suicide." Ling Han thought as he walked. "The only way is for me to break through to Gushing Spring Tier and obtain the Black Tower's one-time power-up blessing. With the power of the first layer of the Spiritual Ocean Tier, I'll find a chance to activate 10,000 techniques return to 1, killing that old dog with a strike." 10,000 techniques return to 1 cultivated to an extreme was essentially forging 1,000 sword strikes into 1, which allowed Ling Han to kill someone above his tier. However, this move required a terrifying amount of origin power. It was impossible for Ling Han to perform now, but with Spiritual Ocean Tier's power, it was definitely possible. "No matter what, I must break through to Gushing Spring." Ling Han set his resolution, found a covert place in the thick forest, and began the last power accumulation. Within his dantian, the origin nucleus hadn't reached the extreme, but he needed at most only 3 days. He now was charging through with full force, and it was very possible that within 2 days he would reach element gathering tier's true extreme. 2 days, he only needed 2 days' time. Chapter 228. Forming a Spring. Rêverie. Ling Han charged toward the bottleneck with full force. Hu Niu also seemed to have received a shock. Surprisingly, she wasn't raucous and started cultivating too. The two were both on the freakish level. Ling Han spent 2 days to reach the peak of the element gathering tier, whereas Hu Niu reached the peak of the 7th layer of the element gathering tier, not far from where Ling Han was. Break! Ling Han took out a few medicinal pills and threw them into his mouth all at once. He didn't need to comprehend the next tier. As long as he had enough energy to support him, the door to Gushing Spring tier would open. Break! Hu Niu's tender and sweet voice followed, and she began to charge toward the 8th layer of the element gathering tier in a similar manner. Within Ling Han's body, an earth-shaking change was happening. A small tier's increase was only the difference of one more origin nucleus. Even if he reached the 10th layer of the element gathering tier, fusing 9 large origin nuclei into one super large origin nucleus, that was still a change in origin nuclei. However, from element gathering tier to Gushing Spring tier, it was a qualitative a completely new change. Transforming origin nucleus into a spring of origin power, a gushing origin power. Crossing this step, a martial artist's power would increase 10 times. Power didn't equal battle prowess, but it made up the core of the battle prowess. Without strong power support, how could one form battle prowess that overwhelmed all others? Ling Han had enough knowledge of the next tier, so breaking through to Gushing Spring tier was supposed to be easy, but the truth was not so. That was because he had only one origin nucleus. His experience was based on the breakthrough with 9 origin nuclei in his previous life, but now it turned into 1. That changed it completely, and all his experience became useless. However, knowledge of the next tier was still useful. It was just the method that needed adjustment. The method was essentially the same, turning the origin nucleus into a spring. But, what was different was that while breaking through with 9 origin nuclei, one could use the other 8 nuclei as supportive power. Now, he could only use 1, and his power source became a problem. His personal strength couldn't be used, so he could only shove medicinal pills down his throat. Ling Han waved his hands continuously while ingesting medicinal pills, and the medicinal power came into effect within his body, forming a massive power like a tsunami that could crush mountains. Waves of abstruse power rushed into Ling Han's body. This was because his tier was sufficient, and so was his comprehension of the next tier. Heaven and earth resonated, continually softening his origin nucleus like the ripples of water. The power of heaven and earth already came into effect. Next, it was all up to him. Turn into a spring. Ling Han initiated the 5 elements mix Chaos Lotus to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi, and on top of the medicinal pills power, he continued to attack the origin nucleus, attempting to liquidize it into the spring's eye, the source of power. This step was very hard, unlike in case of the normal element gathering tier with 8 other nuclei as supportive power, which made it much easier. Now, he could only rely on medicinal pills and spirit base to absorb power. It was truly too little. It was his own decision to break through to the 10th nucleus that gave him immense strength, so he naturally had to pay a corresponding price. Shwa, 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 Ling Han kept shoving down pills, even taking in the 4 transformations pill that could only be used at Gushing Spring tier in order to provide the terrifying amount of energy needed to transform the super-origin nucleus into a spring. Normal people's origin nuclei turned into a spring one by one, and the last nucleus transformed at 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. At that time there would be 8 springs of origin power to provide power, and one truly only needed tier comprehension power needs when nothing important. However, Ling Han's one and only origin nucleus was larger than other people's 9 origin nuclei combined, and not just by a tiny bit, for his large origin nucleus was made up of 9 origin nuclei, which in turn comprised 5 small nuclei, totaling 45. The energy needed was simply like that vast ocean. Eat, eat, eat. Ling Han swallowed 4 transformations pills continuously. Crack under the violent energy's rush, his skin cracked and veins popped, seeping out large amounts of blood. 4 transformations pills were used to increase cultivation at the Gushing Spring tier, but taking it now was almost equivalent to suicide. Even dead tree body could not withstand their power. Lone Wolf's Blood. Activate. Indestructible Heaven Scroll. Activate. His body was quickly recovering, but at the same time, the violent rush of medicinal effect constantly damaged it. This sort of pain was definitely not endurable for normal people, but Ling Han didn't even frown a bit and just withstood it while gritting his teeth. How could the road to the peak of martial arts be a smooth one? If he couldn't even withstand this bit of pain, then how could he speak of shattering void to become a god? Moreover, the harder it was to break through, the stronger would be the power gained after he soused. This time, the Black Tower didn't help, and just quietly floated up and down within his dantian, surging with mysterious brilliance. Ling Han, neither happy nor sad, just kept attacking. Dripping water could penetrate a rock under his continuous efforts. The origin nucleus finally began to liquidize. With a pop, the origin nucleus dissolved entirely, turning into a tiny spring eye with torrents of origin power gushing out. He succeeded. Ling Han, however, did not stop. The spring eye was just the start, and he needed to stabilize his cultivation. Otherwise, this spring eye would soon dry up, turning into an origin nucleus again and dropping him back to element gathering tier. At this point, there was no difference compared to normal gushing spring tier. Expanding the spring's eye until the limit, it could transform into a vast ocean of origin power, thus known as spiritual ocean tier. Other people needed to transform their origin nucleus one by one into a spring eye, and then connect 9 spring eyes into one, expanding them into an ocean. However, Ling Han only had one origin nucleus and could only form one spring eye, so how would his tier be counted? Ling Han couldn't help but think to himself that others were probably always going to think of him as first-level gushing spring tier, right? Whatever, he needed only strength. The spring eye opened up, continuing its expansion until Ling Han's spirit power was fully used. Gushing spring tier. Wang, the Black Tower gently whirled as if sending some sort of signal. On the tower's body, infinite threads lit up, forming a pattern of simple characters that he couldn't read. Yet, it contained an indescribable marvel profoundly inscribed. Ling Han was excited. Was the Black Tower finally opening up to him, revealing all its secrets? For him, there was nothing more that he thirsted for than to understand the Black Tower's secrets. For this arrogant idler killed him in the previous life and kept him in an ineffable condition for 10 millennia. It would be truly odd if he didn't feel anxious. Ling Han felt his spirit spasm slightly, finding himself inside an unfamiliar space. This place looked very much like a farmland. There were chunks of mud on the ground, but this place had no plants, appearing extremely infertile. The sky was very high, but there was no sun nor clouds to be seen. It was somewhat similar to a mystery realm's sky. Where was this? How did he suddenly end up here? Ling Han was amazed. He lifted his hand to touch his face, which felt extremely real. In other words, it wasn't just his spirit that came here. How was that possible? Ling Hang was somewhat muddled. Could he have instantly been teleported here by the Black Tower? The Black Tower had a teleportation function. Chapter 229. The Black Tower opens. Rêverie. Wang, the Black Tower appeared, floating up and down in front of Ling Han. The Black Tower. Ling Han was deeply moved. Since seeing the Black Tower 10 millennia ago, this was his second time using his physical body to view the Black Tower, realizing thoroughly that he lived twice as human. Wrong, I am not the Black Tower you saw 10 millennia ago, but the Black Tower's spirit. Small Tower 1 seemed to hear Ling Han's thoughts and unexpectedly, it gently swayed, telepathically sending a thought right into Ling Han's consciousness. What? Ling Han was shocked as he asked, "You're a spirit? Then where am I?" Of course within the Black Tower, Small Tower said. Ling Han was somewhat confused as he said, "The Black Tower is within my dantian, yet I'm within the Black Tower, how is that possible?" "Take a look at your dantian," Small Tower said. Ling Han looked within his dantian, yet found that the dantian was already empty and devoid of the existence of the Black Tower. "You've entered inside the Black Tower, and the Black Tower naturally resides in the world you're in," Small Tower said indifferently. In actuality, its intonation had always been dull, without a trace of emotion. "Who knew?" Ling Han was startled. The massiveness of the Black Tower was something he had seen, and it also had mighty abilities. A ray of light it sent shattered him, who was a heaven tier in his former life, to death. Hu Niu, who was meditating by his side, couldn't possibly have been crushed to death, right? Even if she wasn't crushed to death, with the little girl's savageness, she'd definitely pounce and bite back fiercely. The result of that would be inconceivable, too. "Don't worry, after you enter the Black Tower, The black tower itself turned into a speck no different from dust, and no one shall realize the difference. Small tower still spoke in a dead man's tone. Ling Han let out a sigh of relief, then patted his own head and said mockingly, "Why didn't I feel it odd that a spirit suddenly came out to talk to me? Wait, are you saying that I'm inside the black tower?" Ling Han suddenly came to a realization. "Yes," Small Tower said calmly. Ling Han's jaw instantly dropped and he said, "How's it possible? The black tower can turn into a speck of dust and has a spirit, which means it is a spirit tool. Then, the space it forms should be the same as that of the spatial ring, so how can it contain living beings? The space here is a separate world created by it naturally. It can contain living beings. What's so strange about it?" Small Tower said indifferently. Ling Han was shocked, and then revealed an expression of wild excitement. The black tower could contain living beings and turn into the size of a speck of dust. What did this mean? When he faced danger, he could enter the black tower, similar to how Rong Huan Xian could hide in the bronze casket. The difference was that the internal space of the black tower was who knows how much larger, and it could become infinitely small. Enemies wouldn't know what happened, and might assume that he knew how to teleport. A godly item. This definitely was a godly item. He had never heard of a spatial vessel that could contain living beings and change its size. Moreover, he was already wearing a spatial ring on his hand. One had to know that spatial vessels couldn't be stacked, meaning that a spatial vessel couldn't be put into another spatial vessel. He was now inside the black tower, yet the spatial ring was still on his hand. This meant that the two things could be stacked. "Can I bring others inside?" Ling Han asked. "Yes." "How?" Small Tower used its will to teach Ling Han how to bring in other things, which included living humans and other living beings. The key was that living beings couldn't have any thought of resistance, or else he had to first knock the being out. Xiao, Ling Han's body flashed and reappeared in the forest in the outside world. Hu Niu was at a loss, looking around, and when she saw Ling Han appear, she pounced at him and said, "How come Niu couldn't find you earlier?" Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "I'll take you somewhere, don't resist." "Oh." Hu Niu nodded, not really understanding. Ling Han grabbed onto Hu Niu and followed the method Small Tower transferred with its will earlier with a thought, "Xiao." He and Hu Niu already appeared inside the black tower. "Wow!" Hu Niu revealed an astounded expression and couldn't help but open up both arms and run in this vast space. She giggled as she ran, seeming to be extremely lively. "Can you see what's weird with this little girl?" Ling Han asked Small Tower. Small Tower trembled lightly as if nodding and said, "I received a heavy injury, and do not possess any of my past memories." "What?" Ling Han cried out. The black tower lightly trembled and annihilated him when he was once a heaven-tier cultivator, but a godly tool such as this received a heavy injury, even losing all its past memories. Then who exactly attacked it? "I have an indistinct feeling that my existence will attract the covetous eyes of many, so before you possess peerless strength, you mustn't reveal my secret," Small Tower said coldly. Ling Han nodded. Not to mention the black tower, the indestructible heaven scroll alone weighed heavily. He wouldn't reveal a shred of that secret even if beaten to death. "But, are you really called the Black Tower?" he asked. Small Tower trembled lightly and said, "I already lost all my memories, even of my name." Ling Han couldn't help but be depressed. He thought that after he broke through to Gushing Spring Tier, he could understand the Black Tower's secrets. He would have never thought that other than getting a castle that he could carry around, there didn't seem to be any other changes. Of course, this castle was enough to even make Shattering Void Tier cultivators envious and risk everything to get it. The Black Tower totals 9 layers, and when you reach certain strength, you'll be able to open the corresponding layer, with each layer having different functions, Small Tower said. Ling Han immediately revealed a joyful look and said, "What sort of functions? My memory is already lost, so only after you've opened a new layer of the tower will I receive the corresponding information," Small Tower said unhurriedly. "Thus, I can only tell you now the first layer's function." It paused for a bit then said, "The first layer is a medicinal garden. The spirit grass planted here will grow as if 1 year is equivalent to that of 1,000 years. Pooh! Ling Han suddenly choked. 1 year equaled 1,000 years? If I wanted 1,000-year-old ginseng, then wouldn't I only have to wait a year? I have blurry memories, but after opening a certain unknown layer, I can further accelerate it, Small Tower supplemented. Ling Han almost jumped in joy. There were two problems that troubled alchemists. First, the standard of pill refinement. You couldn't let a Earth-grade alchemist refine a heaven-grade medicinal pill. Second, the ingredients. Even a skillful housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice, and so even a heaven-grade alchemist couldn't refine yellow-grade medicinal pills out of thin air. And the higher the medicinal pills grade, the higher the requirements for spirit grass were too, frequently requiring 100-year or 1,000-year-old ingredients. Some highest-grade spiritual plants even needed to be 10 millennia old. There were only so many spirit grasses in the world. Harvesting from generation to generation, were there still so many 1,000-year-old and 10 millennia-old plants left? 100-year-old plants were already rare. However, the Black Tower could easily solve this problem. Spirit grasses raised here for a year were equivalent to 1,000-year-old spirit grasses in the outside world. It was even possible to accelerate it further after opening a certain layer. Nature-defying. It definitely was a godly item. Chapter 230. Finding People. Rêverie. This was only the first level of the Black Tower's abilities. Ling Han was utterly shocked. It was no wonder Small Tower said to strictly keep the Black Tower secret, because once leaked, the entire world's strongest cultivators would chase his but to fight for the Black Tower. Say, we're already so familiar. Could you give me more one-use power-up chances? Ling Han catoned up to Small Tower. No. Small Tower trembled lightly, as if to shake its head. Why, we're all on the same side. You don't think it'd be taken by someone else? Ling Han patiently continued with his persuasion. Small Tower shook again and said, That's not so. The power-up process is actually remolding your body once. You can only endure it once per tier. One more will hurt your foundation. The third time is certain death. I cultivate the indestructible Heaven Scroll. It shouldn't be a problem, Ling Han said. The indestructible Heaven Scroll is imparted by the Black Tower, so how can you rely on what the Black Tower imparted to resolve the pressures the Black Tower adds onto you? Small Tower said. That made sense. Every tier, he could only get one power-up. The later it is, the better for a power-up, as it increases your physical qualities more, Small Tower said. Ling Han nodded. With regards to this, Small Tower was the expert, and he could only comply. He couldn't help but be depressed, since he originally thought that after he struck up a relationship with the spirit, he'd have full control of the Black Tower. He never thought that he'd only be able to enter the first level. Fortunately, the first level's functions already made him overjoyed, and he looked forward to finding out just how surprising the abilities of the second and third level would be even more. Only after Hu Niu ran a circle did she stop by Ling Han's side, and looked at Small Tower while styling her head, appearing extremely curious. Niu wants to play. She pounced toward Small Tower. Xiao, her figure went right through Small Tower's figure, as if Small Tower didn't exist. Duh. A spirit was originally in existence like a soul spirit, so how could it be touched? Time to find Ao Yongming for some revenge. Ling Han flashed out of the Black Tower. Although he didn't fully control this treasure that was far beyond a spiritual weapon, it didn't matter. His thoughts and the Black Tower were connected, and Small Tower could contact him at any time. He first returned to the central hall to see if he could find the whereabouts of Ao Yongming's party. On the way, Ling Han listened to Small Tower describe some details regarding the Black Tower. For example, if he entered the Black Tower, then it was equivalent to perfect protection. No amount of power could hurt him, and no perilous environment could hurt him either. Of course, this was only limited to this world. Ling Han was certain that above this world was a greater world, which was the world that shattering void tier cultivators entered after reaching the extreme. However, the two worlds obviously had an obstruction that was extremely hard to cross separating them. At least, in Ling Han's previous life, he never saw a god spirit, and never even saw a living shattering void tier. Anyways, it was impossible to encounter such a strong being right now. There was no need to worry. Besides, inside the Black Tower, he had absolute power because he was the master of the god tool. He could fly, he could teleport, he could change the rules within the Black Tower at will, as if he were the heaven tier cultivator in former days. No, even more badass than a heaven tier, because heaven tiers wouldn't have the ability to teleport and couldn't change rules. It could be said that even Sword Emperor's life would be at Ling Han's mercy, unless Sword Emperor's strength already transcended that of the Black Tower. Ling Han soon arrived at the central hall. Looking from afar, the crowded tide of people was already no longer present. Presumably, Rong Huanxian hadn't left, and was currently waiting for opportunities. Ling Han wouldn't want to use his one chance of power-up on a corpse soldier, and the pressing matter was to save Lu Yutong. He circled in the vicinity, but couldn't find Ao Yongming's whereabouts. The mystery realm was similar to the size of a country. Just how difficult was it to find someone in here? With Ling Han's thought, Hunyou already appeared by his side. After the little girl slept enough, she was bored and alone inside the Black Tower, making a hue and cry to be let out. He held on to Hunyou's hand, and planned to find others to question. After a while's walk, there was nobody in the surrounding. Ling Han couldn't help but be disappointed and muttered, "Where did those guys go?" "Ling Han, who are you looking for?" Hunyou asked. "Yutong and that brat Ao Yongming," Ling Han said thoughtlessly. Hunyou raised her hand and said, "Niu knows." "Niu knows." Ling Han somewhat doubted. Hunyou made a sniffing motion and said, "Niu can smell it out." Ling Han was astonished. Although he knew that beasts had a keen sense of smell, this little girl only grew up with a fierce tiger. Could that really have raised her sense of smell? Anyways, he had no idea which was the correct direction, so it couldn't hurt to listen to the little girl. "All right, you lead the way," he said. Hunyou was happy all of a sudden, immediately walking towards a direction. Ling Han followed, and the two traveled stop and go. When they stopped, it was either because Hunyou was hungry or because she was sniffing out the smell. After 2 days like this, Hunyou's movements slowed and sharpened. "Almost found her," so she said. Ling Han nodded. Hunyou maintained the preying habit of beasts, and the closer she got to the prey, the more cautious she was. He said, "Niu, go play in the tower first, I'll play with you after I save Yutong." "Yes, yes." Hunyou nodded repeatedly, and let Ling Han put her into the Black Tower. Ling Han carried onward, and in less than a moment, he saw 5 tents up ahead. He jumped onto a large tree, carefully observing. After a long time, he saw Ao Yongming, Uncle Fu, and the other 2 attendants come out of the tents separately to start a campfire to cook rations and dried meat. When the savory smell was emitted, Ao Yongming walked in front of a tent, and opened it to say something that couldn't be heard. After a while, Ling Han saw a girl come out. It was Lu Yutong. Uncle Fu frowned slightly, jumping out fiercely like a large bird and landing under the tree where Ling Han hid. "Uncle Fu, is something wrong?" Ao Yongming asked. Uncle Fu looked up, but there were just pieces of green leaves, and no shred of peculiarity. He turned his head and said, "This old servant was overly sensitive." He felt a presence surge that caused him to leap out, yet found no one. He was confident that within such a short distance, no one in the same tier could escape from his eyes. Spiritual pedestal tier cultivators couldn't enter, so he judged he must have been overly sensitive. The old man walked back, slumped down, and looked at Lu Yutong. He said in a displeased manner, "Lady Lu, my young master has treated you sincerely, why don't you know what's good for you?" "Uncle Fu." Ao Yongming waved his hands hurriedly to stop Uncle Fu from continuing. He then looked at Lu Yutong and smiled as he said, "Uncle Fu's just worried for me, don't blame him, Yutong." Chapter 231. Blurred Vision. Rêverie. Lu Yutong just laughed coldly. She complied perfectly with eating and sleeping, and hastening on with travel. She didn't go on a hunger strike or refuse to move faster, but when she didn't need to speak, she definitely wouldn't speak. This made Ao Yongming feel like a tiger biting on a turtle, depressed from not knowing how to approach. He was into Lu Yutong, and wanted to use his identity, status and strength to move Lu Yutong. However, in Lu Yutong's eyes, he didn't even exist, driving him crazy. This time, it naturally ended with Ao Yongming feeling depressed. Lu Yutong returned to her tent after she finished eating, acting like a guest. Humph! The smile on Ao Yongming's face immediately disappeared, and he turned ashen. He spent such a long time yet couldn't even subdue a woman, almost losing his patience. Before this, as long as he flaunted his status as Winter Moon Sect's direct disciple, what woman would not immediately dive into his arms? Even if some woman pretended to be aloof, he only had to act a bit cold for the other person to immediately dive into his arms out of panic. This was his time-tested experience with picking up girls. However, Lu Yutong completely ignored him after he exhausted all his methods. Uncle Fu moved closer as he said, "Young master, the key still lies in that youngster." Ao Yongming nodded. If Ling Han didn't die, then Lu Yutong would think of Ling Han, not letting him into her heart. However, Ling Han definitely ran as far as possible. So how was he going to find and kill Ling Han? More importantly, the ancient record was still with Ling Han. His memory wasn't bad, but it didn't reach the level where he could memorize an entire ancient record just from reading it once, not to mention the numerous pictures, which naturally made memorizing it even harder. Winter Moon Sect was very interested in Devil Sky Mystery Realm too, but the time interval between each time the Mystery Realm opened was too long and not fixed, so it was very hard to occupy. He just happened to come to Rain Country and coincidentally encountered the Mystery Realm's opening, so he set aside the proper business and entered the realm. He couldn't care less about blood zombies. No matter how chaotic it became, it was a matter of the 9 nations of the desolate north. Besides, Winter Moon Sect had spiritual infant-tier ancestors that oversaw it, so even if a blood zombie came to their doors, they would easily kill it. Thus, he really wanted to explore the depths of the mystery realm. Maybe there would be an enormous opportunity that awaited him. He originally had great luck and obtained a local's logbook, but he was hunted down after only flipping through a few pages. He could only hide it whilst he ran, and didn't expect he'd have to offer it in return for being saved by Ling Han. He was humiliated and lost the ancient record. Those 2 reasons alone made him want to kill Ling Han. "That brat probably won't appear again," Ao Yongming said fiercely. Without the ancient record's map as guidance, this mystery realm was filled with crises at each step. Even with Uncle Fu's protection, he still didn't dare venture deeper. The 4 talked for a while, then returned to their own tents. Ling Han watched it all unfold inside the Black Tower. With Small Tower's guidance, he could basically control the Black Tower, like how he could watch and hear the surrounding environment even though he was in the tower. Of course, this had a distance limitation. He was almost discovered by Uncle Fu earlier, and when he entered the Black Tower, Small Tower told him that he could monitor the situation outside while within the Black Tower, undoubtedly saving him a lot of trouble. From a certain perspective, the Black Tower could be considered his clone, except he didn't have full control of the latter, because there were 8 levels that weren't open to him yet. Xiao, he appeared from within the Black Tower and walked softly towards Lu Yutong's tent. However, he only walked 2 steps, soon entering the Black Tower. A figure flashed by. Uncle Fu dashed out from within a tent, and wore a strange expression. Just now, he heard a faint movement, but saw nothing when he ran out. Where was the culprit? He absolutely wouldn't believe there was anyone who could escape from his area of perception in such a short amount of time. So naturally, he felt it extremely odd. 2 times he misjudged, which made him undoubtedly question himself if he'd gotten blurred vision. The old man stood idly for a while, and then shook his head, walking back into the tent. However, only a few breaths later, he dashed out in a flash again, looking around to confirm that there was nobody, and then walked back into the tent again. The old man was extremely suspicious. Although Ling Han thought that, if it were he who felt the restriction was touched in his garden, then he definitely wouldn't doubt himself. Someone definitely must have entered, and if he didn't realize, then the other person's concealing methods were superior. He appeared again, and without walking 2 steps, he flashed back into the Black Tower, disappearing once again. Uncle Fu appeared, and the expression on his face was even stranger. He subconsciously patted his head once, feeling like he was driven mad. This time, he stood outside for a longer period of time, at least 5 minutes before he turned to enter the tent. Ling Han appeared, and jumped into Lu Yutong's tent in 1 step. "Ah!" Lu Yutong immediately yelled out in surprise. This instantly caught the attention of Ao Yongming and the others. They jumped out of their tents one after another, and Ao Yongming could be heard saying, "Lady Yutong, what's the matter?" "It's nothing, I just had a nightmare." Lu Yutong looked at Ling Han with a gaze of disbelief while suppressing the shock in her heart and doing her best to speak calmly. The 4 others outside had no suspicions. Who could have thought someone actually snuck in? They returned to their own tents one after another. "It's too dangerous here, just leave," Lu Yutong said in an extremely quiet voice. "Don't worry, since I have the ability to come in, I have the ability to leave too, Ling Han said with a smile. Call Ao Yongming over. Lu Yutong's eyes instantly lit up and she said, We're using him as hostage? Ling Han didn't actually plan on that. After acquiring the ability to hide within the Black Tower, he never even thought of using his only chance for a power-up on an old dog like Uncle Fu. Based on his current abilities, it was enough for him to get away. He didn't explain and said, First call him. Lu Yutong nodded and settled down, raising her voice. Young Master Ao, could you come over for a chat? Yutong has something to ask. Right after her words were spoken, Ao Yongming immediately scuttled out wearing a proud smile. As it turned out, Lu Yutong's resistance was merely so. She still ended up compromising, didn't she? He was actually used to seeing beautiful women. Though Lu Yutong was remarkably beautiful even amongst the beautiful, it was rather that he couldn't put down his pride. He was successful in all his endeavors with women but bumped into a wall with Lu Yutong, which made him persistent and determined to conquer her. However, once Lu Yutong revealed her intention to compromise, his interest decreased by a lot. It was just like the people say what we can't have is what we want the most. However, he didn't truly obtain her yet, thus he was still quite excited, immediately tidying up his appearance and walking over to Lu Yutong's tent. Uncle Fu did not move, since Lu Yutong's cultivation had already been sealed, so she couldn't pull any tricks. Chapter 232. Take Down. Rêverie. Yutong. Ao Yongming just opened up the tent, and soon saw a youngster smiling at him, giving him a shock. Ling Han, he cried out. Xiao. Uncle Fu instantly rushed out. His mission was to protect Ao Yongming. Too late. He saw Ao Yongming had already fallen into the youngster's hands, and a sword laid on Ao Yongming's neck as a few drops of blood trickled down Ao Yongming's skin. He could only stop in place. Ling Han was now a genuine gushing spring tear with 9 large origin nuclei fused into one super origin nuclei that formed into a spring's eye. Just how many times stronger was he than a normal first-level gushing spring tear? He had 5 elements origin nucleus to begin with, and his power was 4 to 5 times higher than people of the same tier. On top of this, his power was at least 10 times higher. Even if the difference between stages and element gathering tier was greater, he could at least rival 5th-level element gathering tier solely in terms of power. This was also because he just broke through, and didn't reach the peak period of the first layer of the element gathering tier. Moreover, it was without counting various arts and techniques that could bring his battle prowess up. Concerning true battle prowess, he definitely surpassed 9 stars. A 9-star gushing spring tier against an element gathering tier. Would that not be as easy as the swipe of a hand? Ling Han. Ao Yongming gnashed his teeth, a fierce and irritated expression on his face. He had thought Lu Yutong finally submitted, but to think she'd set him up instead. In other words, Lu Yutong still chose Ling Han. This realization was simply a violent slap to the face. Let go of young master, Uncle Fu said coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. He finally knew that the suspicious movements he felt earlier were not him seeing wrong because of blurred vision, but it was this guy's superior methods deceiving his eyes. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, Old man, don't you scare me. I'm timid, so once you scare me and my hand slips, don't blame me if your young master's neck gets slit open. He intentionally wobbled his hand, and a drop of blood immediately oozed out from Ao Yongming's neck, turning into a pearl dripping down. Uncle Fu's face was full of fright as he said, Stop! You're scaring me again, Ling Han said pretending to complain, and shaking his hand even harder. Uncle Fu was at wit's end. Taking a step back he said, Youngster, we can talk this out. Ao Yongming however appeared very arrogant, and said, Ling Han, I am Wintermoon Sec's direct disciple. If you dare touch a single hair on me, then Wintermoon Sec's power will crush you and everyone around you into pieces. Pah! Ling Han slapped Ao Yongming heavily on the head and said, Stray dog, from where do you get this feeling of superiority? I'll slap you till you're awake. Ling Han. Ao Yongming squawked. Growing up till now, he had never been slapped on the head, making his eyes redden, wishing deeply to tear Ling Han to shreds. What are you screaming for? Ling Han snorted, and knocked Ao Yongming out with a karate chop. Young master! Uncle Fu cried out, but realizing that Ao Yongming was only unconscious, he calmed down a little. Looking back at Ling Han, he said, "Let go of young master, this old one will let you leave safely." "Old dog. You think everyone else an idiot?" Ling Han sneered. "Once I free him, I'll immediately suffer from your treacherous assault. This old one honors with my reputation." "Shoo, shoo, shoo. What sort of crappy reputation would an old flunky like you have? Stop embarrassing yourself," Ling Han said in disdain. Uncle Fu shivered with anger. While he was considered an old servant ordered to protect Ao Yongming, he was still a spiritual ocean tier cultivator. Even at Winter Moon sect, spiritual ocean tier cultivators were a force not to be neglected. "Get out. I want some sleep. When I sleep enough and regain some spirit, I'll discuss with you, old dog, how to redeem your young master." Ling Han flicked his fingers and said, "You can say goodbye on your knees." Uncle Fu naturally wouldn't kneel down, but seeing Ling Han's sword swaying near Ao Yongming's neck, he could only sigh and close the tent, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was waiting for a chance. If Ling Han wanted to run and stuck out his head out of the tent, then he would smash Ling Han's head with thunderous force, not giving Ling Han any chance to use Ao Yongming as a hostage. Inside the tent, Ling Han smiled at Lu Yutong and said close up to her ear, "I'll bring you somewhere, don't resist." Feeling Ling Han's warm breath on her neck, Lu Yutong blushed and couldn't even hear what Ling Han said, nodding her head thoughtlessly. Ling Han grabbed onto Lu Yutong's delicate hand. With a thought show, he already brought Lu Yutong and Ao Yongming into the Black Tower. Lu Yutong was taken aback, then cried out. They were just in a small narrow tent. How could they instantly come into such a large space? "Where's this?" she muttered. "A safe place." Ling Han didn't explain in detail, because it was hard to explain and involved his past life. Moreover, the Black Tower's existence was too big of a deal. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Yutong, but the secret itself was a heavy burden that he didn't want Lu Yutong to carry. Lu Yutong nodded, naturally believing fully in Ling Han. "Wow!" Hunyo soared over. Just as Lu Yutong thought this little girl had been missing her and thus spread her arms to hug her, Hunyo brilliantly wound around her and dove into Ling Han's embrace. Hunyo nudged Ling Han with her small head, and then turned around to make a funny face at Yutong, expressing her dominance. Ling Han belonged to Nyo. That was her implicit assertion. Li Yutong's face twitched. She'd never thought that the little girl would be so jealous. Ling Han patted Hunyo on the head and said to Lu Yutong, "I found you so quickly because of Nyo-Nyo's help, you need to thank her properly." Hunyo was even more pleased with herself, cracking a grin at Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong was speechless, feeling that she'd encountered a strong rival. Ling Han would guard against everyone but this little girl. The little girl could flirt all she wanted and stick onto Ling Han, an advantage that neither she nor Li Sichan had. Besides, the little girl obviously treated Ling Han like her private property. Her actions just now obviously represented guarding her food, displaying her excessive jealousy. "Go rest for a bit. I need to question this guy." Ling Han picked up Ao Yongming who'd been thrown aside. This ingrate had to die, but he still wanted to learn a few things about Winter Moon sect. Outside, Uncle Fu suddenly frowned. It had been a long while since he heard any movements inside the tent. He couldn't help but listen closely, and his expression soon changed drastically, for he couldn't even hear the sounds breathing or anyone's heartbeat. He jumped up hurriedly and dove into the tent, but the tent was empty, with no other human figure inside. How was that possible? Uncle Fu's expression was ashen. Could this brat have some sort of teleportation ability and thus already took Ao Yongming far away? Chapter 233. Feng Yan's Backer. Rêverie. Pa pa pa. A flurry of slaps instantly woke Ao Yongming up. "Where am I? Where's Uncle Fu?" he asked with a shiver in his voice. Ling Han kicked him and said, "Am I asking you or are you asking me?" Ao Yongming clenched his teeth, but upon seeing an unfamiliar environment, his expression paled. This obviously was somewhere far from the forest they were just at, or they wouldn't appear in a plane. Just how long was he unconscious that he was brought to a place so far away? Was Uncle Fu such a good-for-nothing that he let Ling Han run away with him? "You really want to go against Winter Moon sect?" he said coldly. Since he'd already flaunted his status as Winter Moon sect's direct disciple, he naturally wouldn't back down again, diminishing Wintermoon's sex prestige. Pa, Ling Han threw another kick, kicking off several of Ao Yongming's teeth. Ao Yongming's face was full of fresh blood and he looked extremely dreadful, but there was no need to pity an ingrate. Ling Han said indifferently, "Why did you come here?" Devil Sky Mystery Realm's appearance was an accident that no one could foresee, so Ling Han would definitely not believe Ao Yongming came for the Mystery Realm. Ao Yongming wiped the blood on the corner of his lips, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. Uncle Fu was not beside him now and Wintermoon's sex reputation couldn't scare this extremely daring guy before him, so he took the wise path and said, "I came to find someone." Pa, he took another kick. He was so angry that he wanted to climb up from the ground and put up a desperate fight against Ling Han, but as he saw Ling Han's cold eyes, he felt a chill within, losing all courage instantly. "Don't leave things half said. If you continue to speak and break off, I'll break all your limbs, leaving only your mouth to talk," Ling Han said coldly. Ao Yongming felt a chill brewing from the bottom of his heart, instantly enveloping him as if his entire body froze over. If it were someone else who said such ruthless words, he would definitely snort in disdain who dared treat him so as a Wintermoon sex disciple. However, Ling Han, this guy was truly ruthless, making him feel endless chills. "The person I was looking for is called Feng Yan," he said honestly. Feng Yan. After hearing this name, Ling Han instantly came to a sudden realization, finally knowing where Feng Yan's confidence came from. Wintermoon sect. Why are you looking for him? What's the relationship between Feng Yan and Wintermoon sect? Ling Han asked. A few months ago when Feng Yan was traveling, he met one of the sect's elders, who intended to recruit him as a disciple. However, he was given a trial must break through to spiritual ocean tier in 3 months, Ao Yongming confessed. "I wanted to get acquainted with Feng Yan, so I came to Rain Country to become Feng Yan's friend before his reputation became prominent. In the end, Devil Sky Mystery Realm opened while I was on the way, so I entered the Mystery Realm first." Ao Yongming was very miserable. He came to find Feng Yang in order to increase his status within Wintermoon sect, but never did he think that he would bump into Ling Han, a malignant star, before he met Feng Yan. Ling Han felt it odd and said, "Although Feng Yang has a special constitution, he only has a silver mirror body. What tier is that elder? Flower Blossom, or Spiritual Infant?" Hearing him speak of Flower Blossom and Spiritual Infant tiers indifferently, Ao Yongming felt a wave of fright, because Ling Han's tone had absolutely no shred of respect and fear for them, as if Spiritual Infant tier was not even worthy of his attention. The reality was certainly so. "Spiritual Infant tier," he said with a quiver in his voice. "Strange." Ling Han shook his head. He now knew where Feng Yan's confidence came from. Becoming a Spiritual Infant tier's direct disciple naturally meant he could do anything he wanted in Rain Country. Even Rain Emperor wouldn't dare touch him. Otherwise, if an old monster in Spiritual Infant tier was drawn out, then even Rain Country's recluse Flower Blossom tier would be unable to fend him off. The question was one with Silver Mirror Body really good enough to be a Spiritual Infant tier martial artist's disciple? Let alone Silver Mirror Body, even Gold Mirror Body was barely worthy of such an honor, as Spiritual Infant tier already stood at the 7th stage of cultivation. What was left above was Deity Transformation and Heaven tier. Even further up? Further up was Shattering Void, which could break open the skies and enter the divine plane, attaining godhood. Feng Yan should have another secret that made a Spiritual Infant tier cultivator recruit him as a disciple. This point Ling Han had already sensed. For example, he could fight against the eldest prince despite his cultivation being 2 layers lower, a domineering art like Son of Heaven fist technique that could borrow from the power of the nation in the latter's hands notwithstanding. "Sooner or later we'll fight, and when the time comes, I'll dig out all your secrets," Ling Han murmured. "Ling Han, if you let me go, I can pretend nothing ever happened." Ao Yongming tested his luck. "You need a beating again?" Ling Han leisurely asked. Ao Yongming instantly covered his mouth out of fright. He really had not many teeth left for Ling Han to trample on. "Who is Ao Feng to you?" Ling Han finally asked his main concern. Ao Yongming revealed a startled expression. How could a mere small martial artist from Rain Country know his father's name? Could it be that he too was? Impossible. His father had many illegitimate children, up to the hundreds, but every one of them was surnamed Ao. So? Ling Han's expression turned cold. "That's my father. Ao Yongming hurriedly said. What tier is Ao Yongming currently? I'm not sure, Ao Yongming said, and explained hurriedly after seeing Ling Han's sharp gaze. I normally don't have many chances to see father, and I'm not his favorite child, so I'm not particularly sure. However, according to the people within the sect, father had already reached the peak stage of spiritual pedestal tier 5 years ago. He involuntarily straightened his back. Although Ao Feng was rather loose, his martial arts talent was exceptional, with the possibility of crossing into Flower Blossom tier and becoming Winter Moon Sect's true core personnel. Ling Han acknowledged it tacitly. After 10 years, Ao Feng's cultivation progress made quite a leap, which was normal. The thought of letting Ling Dongxing take revenge. That was a bit difficult. He had to increase his cultivation as fast as possible so that he would be able to restore Ling Dongxing's spirit base and use large amounts of medicinal pills to slam Ling Dongxing to Flower Blossom tier. Flower Blossom tier was the largest dividing line in martial arts. It could practically be said that spiritual pedestal tier cultivators were the strongest mortals, and Flower Blossom tier was a stage that surpassed mortals, an indescribable difference. If Ling Han reached the peak of spiritual pedestal tier, it would be impossible to beat someone in the first layer of the Flower Blossom tier even with his freakish abilities. Staying alive would already be something to be proud of. If Ling Dongxing was the first to cross into Flower Blossom tier, crushing Ao Feng would be as easy as the turn of a palm. Could ignore arts and skills, and the difference in experience. How many sons and daughters does your old man have? Ling Han was suddenly a bit curious. Ao Yongming just wanted to shake his head to say he didn't know, but then he thought of how ruthless Ling Han was, so he hurriedly replied, I'm not too clear. Father never brought us together, but at least 300. What a stud pig, Ling Han sneered, and changed his expression into a serious one before he asked, do you know if someone called you Hong Chong? Chapter 234. Interrogation. Rêverie. You Hong Chong? Ao Yongming revealed a blank expression, shook his head and said, no. Seeing Ling Han's unfriendly expression, he immediately waved his hands and said, I really haven't heard. Then don't you have no use to me anymore? Ling Han's vicious aura spread. Ao Yongming couldn't help but feel gloomy. There were several tens of thousands of people from top to bottom in Winter Moon Sect. How could he possibly know every single person's name? However, faced with Ling Han, a malignant god, he didn't even dare to fart as he inwardly ridiculed. Ling Han changed his mind and said, what about Yu Zhenshan? Chief Yu? Ao Yongming was stunned again. Yu Zhenshan's status in Winter Moon Sect could be considered second only to that of Ao Feng, because the Yu family also had a reigning elder at the spiritual infant tier whose strength was not below that of the Ao family's elder. Ling Han was an unimportant person from Rain Country, so how was it possible that he knew about the Yu family and knew that he was Ao Feng's son? He seemed to understand the Winter Moon Sect thoroughly. Seeing Ling Han glare at him, Ao Yongming hurriedly said, Chief Yu is the same as father, at the peak stage of the spiritual pedestal tier. However, Chief Yu cannot be compared to father, because he only reached it 2 years ago. This guy seemed to be a little complacent. Ling Han sneered and said, are you really Ao Feng's son? How come you're such a trash? Ao Yongming was embarrassed and angry, but he had no strength to refute. The Ao family certainly had great authority within the Winter Moon Sect, controlling a surprising amount of resources. But the issue was that Ao family was not just Ao Feng, there were many other clansmen and strong cultivators that depended on the Ao family. Besides, Ao Feng had too many illegitimate children. How could it be possible for every single one of them to receive enough cultivation resources? Some of his illegitimate children even ran to other sects, as they could receive more cultivation resources based on their identity there. An example would be if Ao Yongming came to Huyang Academy and showed clearly that he was a Winter Moon Sect disciple. Now, he wanted to enter your Huyang Academy. Were you willing to accept or not? You definitely had to take him in, and you wouldn't be able to ignore and throw him aside. You'd treat him like a baller. However, the majority of Ao Feng's illegitimate children still wanted their face, and wouldn't seek such gratuitous help, feeling it would diminish their status. Ao Yongming was a good example. Therefore, he relied on his identity as the Winter Moon Sect's direct disciple, but his cultivation was only at the 5th layer of the Element Gathering tier, which was even lower than Qi Yongyi and the others. Ling Han, I've already told you what you wanted to know, Can you let me go now? He said. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I saved your life, and you exchanged for it with the ancient record, which made us even. But, you shouldn't have had evil ideas about me. The moment you took that step, you've pushed yourself into the abyss of death. What, you're going to kill me? Ao Yongming asked in disbelief. You can't conceal this. When the time comes, the Winter Moon sect will crush you to pieces. Ling Han laughed aloud and said, Wrong, even if the Winter Moon sect doesn't come to find me, I'll kill my way to their doorstep and settle something with them, especially your old man. Do you have any last words? Ao Yongming stared agape. This guy was crazy. He was only a mere small martial artist from Rain Country, but he said he was going to kill his way to the Winter Moon sect to settle something. Did he not know that the Winter Moon sect had many strong martial artists, including several hundred in the spiritual pedestal tier, dozens in the flower blossom tier, and nearly 10 in the spiritual infant tier? Such a force in the North region would be in the top ranks, and a mere martial artist in the first layer of the element gathering tier like you didn't even care about them. What exactly was going on? No, wait. This guy's presence. Ao Yongming opened his eyes suddenly and said, How's it possible, you're already in the first layer of the gushing spring tier? At the Winter Moon sect, he had contacted too many martial artists with their cultivation in the gushing spring tier, so while he couldn't sense the aura belonging to higher cultivation tiers, it was still no problem for him if it was merely gushing spring tier. Several days ago, this guy was only at the first layer of the element gathering tier, but he was now in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. What was going on? Other people's cultivation progress was from 1 to 9. Then a large tier breakthrough. Could it be this guy only needed to take one step? Ling Han sighed and said, Your last words are truly strange. Whatever, I don't care. You can die now. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ao Yongming waved his hands hurriedly. I can be of use to you. So useless, what would I want you for? Ling Han off-handedly sent out a palm. Hong, a flame swept by, instantly burning Ao Yongming to ashes. Inside the Black Tower, he was a tyrant with abilities beyond that of Heaven tier. He looked outside through the Black Tower. Uncle Fu and the others already left, probably thinking that they escaped in some way, and were now searching for them like a headless fly. He called Lu Yutong and Hu Niu and said, Let's go out. With a thought, he already brought the two girls outside. Hu Niu already played like this a few times, so with her young age, she only thought it was fun. However, Lu Yutong turned pale from shock. This scene completely surpassed her understanding. They appeared at the location where the tent used to be, but the tent was already gone. There was a hole in the ground, probably because Uncle Fu thought they dug an underground tunnel to escape. Could they dig an underground tunnel in such a short amount of time? It was obviously impossible. As a spiritual ocean tier cultivator, Uncle Fu did such a thing. He was obviously so panicked that he tried everything in this desperate situation. Ling Han, how come we're here? And where were we just now? Lu Yutong said, still somewhat shocked. Ling Han laughed and said, I obtained a treasure and we were inside it just now. Lu Yutong was even more shocked. The place they had been in was ridiculously large, so how could it be carried by him? Moreover, they clearly appeared at the same location, which meant that they were always here. It was such a large space, so how could Uncle Fu and the others miss it? Ling Han didn't explain further, because the Black Tower's existence was a big secret. Those who did not gain his complete trust would never be able to enter the Black Tower unless never to come out. Let's go into the depths of the mystery realm, he said in high spirits. The Black Tower was equivalent to a complete safety guarantee, and Ling Han had great assurance in delving into the depths of the mystery realm to discover its secrets. Lu Yutong and Hu Niu naturally didn't oppose, so the three shuttled through the dense forest, venturing deeper. One day later, they walked out of the dense forest, and saw in front of them a small mountain full of ups and downs. From here onwards, we're entering the Devil Sky Mystery Realm's danger zone. The beasts here are extremely terrifying, but spirit grasses here are more abundant, Lu Yutong said. Someone once ate a mysterious fruit here, and instantly rose from the element gathering tier to the spiritual ocean tier. This was certainly shocking, but mystery realms were associated with shattering void tier, so it wasn't strange that a spirit fruit like that actually existed. However, further down lies a large river that my family has strictly forbid everyone from crossing. Lu Yutong paused, and then explained, "No one has ever returned alive from the other side of the river." Chapter 235. A Small Prophet. Rêverie. Ling Han nodded. From the logbook, it could be understood that behind the large river, formations were set up, and if one wanted to cross, one either needed a profound understanding of formations, or a high-tier strength that could crush them. If he wanted to understand this mystery realm, he had to venture into its deepest parts. If he were in the element-gathering tier, Ling Han definitely would not overestimate his abilities and act accordingly. There was no need to throw away his life because of curiosity. However, he had complete confidence now. Even if he couldn't find out the mystery realm's secret, at least he would be able to retreat safely. "Let's see if I can find some spirit grass," he said. The Black Tower's first layer had the ability to cultivate spirit grasses. He was the alchemy emperor. If he didn't make use of this, then he would be truly foolish. The three circled round the mountain. This area was very dangerous, and large enough that people were rarely seen. All that could be seen were the mottled forests. The trees, grasses, and flowers differed greatly in color, resulting in a complex visual effect. Unexpectedly, Hunyo once more showed off her capability. The little girl began to sniff, and she surprisingly brought Ling Han to a blue star grass. This was a 4th-level spirit grass which could be refined into a 4th-level anger chi pill. After spiritual ocean tier experts took it, their power could increase by 20% or so, a very practical pill. Hunyo, how did you find it?" Ling Han asked out of curiosity. "Nyo is a foodie," Hunyo said, very pleased with herself. Ling Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. He wasn't too surprised by this either, because Hunyo's spirit base was too surprising. She naturally couldn't be normal. Having a few abilities different from normal people was rather expectedly normal. Lu Yutong was very gloomy. In rivaling for affection, her performance was actually completely dominated by a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. She somewhat blushed with shame. Ling Han carefully dug out the blue star grass. The more mature the blue star grass was, the better the effects of the refined anger chi pill would be. At most, it could even raise one's power 10-fold. Though the medicinal effect definitely wasn't something just anyone could endure, it wasn't impossible that one's body would burst open from the violent medicinal effect. He planted the blue star grass inside the Black Tower. 1 year could equal 1,000. Normally speaking, the blue star grass aged 50 years was already good enough. Now, the blue star grass was about 30 years, so it only needed 1 day to reach 50 years in maturity inside the tower. Hunyo swiftly made a further contribution, very quickly finding a 7-string wood. 7-string tree, also known as cloudy tree, was a great support item for those who cultivated ice arts. It didn't need to be made into a pill, but simply refined like a strange fire. 7-string trees' price differed with maturity. The more mature the better. But normally, it was hard to find one older than 1,000 years. This 7-string tree was only a little over 100 years, but it didn't matter. Living within the Black Tower for a few months would make it reach 1,000 years of age. However, luck wasn't always with them. In the following 2 days, they had no gains, though Hunyo found another spirit tree. Unfortunately, the fruits on it had already been plucked. But Ling Han didn't care about it, simply transplanting it into the Black Tower. "There's someone nearby." Ling Han suddenly halted. Yes. Hunyo, too, nodded in a serious manner. 10 or so young people came down from the mountain ahead. The oldest was not older than 30 years old, and there were both males and females among them. "Huh." Ling Han's glance swept by, revealing a hint of surprise. "Ling Han!" A girl within the group called out first and waved at him, walking over quickly. It was Li Si-chan. Before, she didn't make it to the center hall, but they unexpectedly met here. Seeing Li Si-chan walk over, those youngsters followed. Each and every one had their nostrils pointed to the sky, appearing very haughty. "Oh, you're that Ling Han," a young man in embroidered clothing said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it carried a sense of superiority, as if of someone of high status looking down on someone normal. "Are there many Ling Hans?" Ling Han said casually. Shua, a youngster, butted in and said, "I heard you can fend against Feng Yan, but I don't believe it anyways." "What kind of thing are you, and what does it have to do with me whether you believe it or not?" Ling Han said indifferently. The youngster was enraged and yelled out, I am Huang family's Huang Wei-zhe. You dare insult me by calling me a thing? Oh, then I misspoke. So you're not a thing. Ling Han nodded, readily changing his words. You! Huang Wei-zhe's eyes opened wide with anger, revealing a murderous aura. Hunyou immediately bared her teeth, and her small hands already involuntarily danced around while she revealed her sharp fangs. Wei-zhe! The young man in embroidered clothing stopped him, then said with a laugh, How can you forget your manners in front of 2 flowers? Brother Cheng-hu is right. Huang Wei-zhe hurriedly retracted his angry expression. He couldn't lose his manners in front of these 2 stunning beauties. Sister Yu-tong. The young man in embroidered clothing greeted Lu Yu-tong. The two obviously knew each other. This guy didn't give face to Ling Han, so Lu Yu-tong naturally wouldn't give him face, either. She just turned her delicate face away slightly, pretending not to hear. Seeing this, these youngsters were in an extremely bad mood. What sort of status and ability did Ling Han have that could make a talented beauty so unswerving? Moreover, if it was only Lu Yu-tong then it wouldn't matter. But now even Li Si-chan seemed to have already became his. How could the youngsters in the imperial city accept this? I am Li Cheng-hu. The young man embroidered clothing tried to maintain his bearings and said to Ling Han, Brother Ling Han's name has been known to me for a long time. Could we spar for a bit? Li Cheng-hu? Why aren't you called Li Cheng-long-one? Aren't your aspirations too low? Ling Han laughed. Li Cheng-hu couldn't help but reveal an indignant expression. The dragon was the imperial family's totem, and if he were called Cheng-long, then that would offend the imperial family. Several thousand years ago, when Rain Country was first established, it wouldn't matter much. That was when the 9 large families' forces were about the same. But now, the Qi family had an old monster in the flower blossom tier behind them. With the power of one family, they could firmly suppress the 8 large noble families. The latter had to reluctantly take a step back. Such a sharp tongue, but what of your ability? He said coldly. Li Cheng-hu, you're too shameless. Ling Han is only in the 1st layer of the element gathering tier, and you're already in the 3rd layer of the gushing spring tier. You have the nerve to ask for a spar? Li Si-chan immediately yelled out. 1st layer of the element gathering tier? Li Hu-cheng and the others had a strange expression, because the presence Ling Han gave off was that of someone in the 1st layer of the gushing spring. The 3rd layer against the 1st layer was certainly a bit unfair, but both were early-stage gushing spring tier, which was in an acceptable range. Ling Han sighed. Why did there always had to be someone who wanted to be owned? He flicked his finger and said, I don't have time to waste on you dregs. Come at me together, otherwise someone might come out unconvinced after I beat one of you. If you lose, then get lost. Impudence. These youngsters were getting riled up to think he dared to look down on them like that. Chapter 236. Thunder River. Rêverie. Ling Han, you're too arrogant. Li Cheng-hu and the others scolded him one after another. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Not that I'm looking down on you guys, I'm just telling the truth. Each of you certainly is trash. Bull**T. Li Cheng-hu and Huang Wei-zhe couldn't endure it and attacked him simultaneously. In actuality, they were certainly the only ones who were qualified, because the rest were just in the element gathering tier. Faced with someone in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier, they could only watch. However, Li and Huang were both members of noble families whom their families were focusing on, so the two of them certainly were stronger than average. They both used swords and unleashed arts and skills right away, each out of the ordinary. Li Cheng-hu struck with his sword, and 10 spirals of flame appeared out of thin air, condensing into flaming flowers and floating rapidly towards Ling Han. Meanwhile, when Huang Wei-zhe brandished his sword, the ground trembled lightly as if it were dancing. Steady like a mountain, Ling Han didn't move, and his expression was relaxed. Arrogant. Li and Huang both snorted. They already unleashed their ultimate moves, but Ling Han was still so haughty. He's really asking for trouble. Let's injure him heavily, and make him remember this lesson. They heard vaguely about Ling Han from their elders, and were warned strictly not to provoke him. However, they were both in the prime of youth, and it concerned Lu Yu-tong and Li Si-chan, the 2 unrivaled beauties. How could they hold it in? Thus, they definitely didn't dare to kill, but still wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson, and let this brat know that the two beauties of the Imperial City were known as such because they belonged to the Imperial City, and definitely weren't someone a countryside toad could covet. Shua. Both attacks came hurling toward Ling Han. Ling Han finally moved, very off-handedly striking out two palms. These two palms were extremely casual, and everyone could clearly see that there was nothing special about them at all. Yet, they easily broke through Li and Huang's attacks, striking them both on their chests. Pang pang with two smothered sounds, Li and Huang were both sent flying. They spat out blood in midair and made a parabolic arc through the air, landing on the ground at about the same time. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. Li Cheng, who was a martial artist in the third layer of the gushing spring tier, while Huang Weizhe was a layer weaker. Yet, the two together were unexpectedly defeated by Ling Han in one move. The key was that Ling Han was only in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. And he did so effortlessly, as if even should these two be 10 times stronger, they would still easily defeated by him. As they understood that, Li and Huang found themselves completely at a loss, their confidence lost. In that moment, they completely abandoned the idea of teaching him a lesson. For Ling Han, as long he didn't face someone with a higher tier, then based on his experience as someone who used to be in the heaven tier, wasn't taking care of a few small gushing spring tier opponents an easy and relaxing thing. Get lost, he shouted lightly, giving no quarters. If these people stayed polite, then he would also be polite when he asked them to leave, but they wanted to embarrass him, so why would he give them face? He would never let outsiders find out about the Black Tower, so he naturally wouldn't wish others to tag along. Li and Huang weren't heavily injured and soon got up, giving Ling Han a fierce look and turning to leave. As they left, the others naturally followed in hurry. Li Si-chan, why don't you go with them? Lu Yutong asked sourly. I met them on the way, so we formed a party. Besides, I'm only a small alchemist, and not a member of the 8 noble families. Speaking of which, you're the one who should join them. Li Si-chan returned a tit-for-tat reply. Humph. The two of them glared at each other, neither giving in to the other. Snicker. Hu Niu dove into Ling Han's embrace, her small face full of smiles. The two ugly people were foolishly arguing, but Ling Han belonged to Niu. The two girls quickly ended their confrontation and said worriedly, But Ling Han, now you've offended almost the entire younger generation of the 8 noble families. When you return to the Imperial City, you might be in a seriously difficult situation. Ling Han smiled confidently. He now crossed into the gushing spring tier, finally catching up in tier with the mainstream younger generation. As long as figures from the older generation didn't come out, whom did he need to fear? Counter pawns with the king, and water with an earth weir, he said. Both girls thought so as well. Worrying now was useless. Moreover, if Heaven's Medicine Pavilion sent Ling Han a high-level black grade badge, then even the heads of the 8 noble families would have to be polite and call him young Master Ling when they saw Ling Han. No matter how many juniors united, what use would it be? Half a day later, they arrived in front of a large river. Further ahead was the vast unknown region of the Mystery Realm, but this river wasn't easy to cross. Ling Han looked closely as the river surged. There were actually flashes of lightning. Looking just twice was enough to make his soul begin to throb. This was a thunder river. If one crossed the river hastily, then one definitely would be torn into pieces by the power of thunder. Let alone gushing spring tier or spiritual ocean tier, even a heaven tier cultivator would frown upon seeing it. Ling Han felt strange and said, Has anyone crossed the river before? Yes, according to ancestors' written accounts, there certainly have been such people, but as to how they did it, no one ever returned, so there is no way to know, Lu Yutong said. Ling Han nodded. According to the logbook Xiao Ding left, somewhere in this thunder river were hidden stumps that would appear each day at a certain time, allowing people to cross. However, each time interval when they appeared would be very short. But many people came in every time, so there were always some who encountered it by chance, and there definitely were courageous people who wanted to go to the other side of the river to find opportunities who never returned. Ling Han was now searching for the place where the hidden stump appeared. They walked along the river and looked for spirit grasses and spirit trees in passing, reaping a decent profit. Although they were all low level, a mosquito's leg was still meat. Besides, the Black Tower's space was almost infinitely large, so why waste it? Seeing Ling Han make grass and trees disappear as he walked, Li Si-chan naturally looked like she saw a ghost, whereas Lu Yutong showed a smug satisfaction. Though a few days ago, her expression wasn't much better. She could now laugh at Li Si-chan, who was like a country bumpkin making a fuss over nothing. Ling Han revealed the spatial ring's secret to the two girls, and simply said that he had an even better spatial vessel. So naturally there was no need to explain the Black Tower secret. And now, he no longer had any use for this spatial ring since the Black Tower replaced it with infinitely larger space and functions. The two girls were curious of the novel stuff, looking at the spatial ring with a blazing gaze. On one hand, the spatial ring certainly was a good thing, but besides that, rings represented another sort of meaning. It's Nyo's. The two girls were still waiting for Ling Han to choose whom to give it to, but someone who didn't play by the rules caught them off guard, snatching it and putting it on her finger while laughing. Nyo was only so mature, and when she put the ring on her finger, she found it was empty, making her bawl out in anger. Ling Han laughed aloud, and took out a red rope to string it, turning it into a pendant and hanging it on Nyo's neck. This instantly made the little girl turn from angry to happy, kissing Ling Han on the cheek as a reward. Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan looked at each other as a strange sense of crisis arose within them. Chapter 237. Qi Hua Lan. Rêverie. Ling Han gave the spatial ring to Nyo with something in mind. Nyo had too big an appetite, so even if she got lost by accident, she wouldn't have to worry about hunger when having a spatial ring filled with food. Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan could only accept it and nod, but at the same time, they sighed in relief. There was only one ring, so if it were gifted to either one, the other would be inevitably dejected. Could they not contend against even a little girl? The next few days, Ling Han always felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. The times Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan argued were less and less, making him feel as if the sun rose from the west. It was simply unbelievable. After yet another day, Ling Han finally found the place as told in the logbook. On the riverside were two stone columns that unexpectedly reached 330 meters tall. Their features very distinct. Here was where the hidden stump was. They waited. After 5 hours, black poles suddenly surfaced continuously. They definitely didn't come from the bottom of the river. It was like at the central hall. They were appearing out of thin air. Ling Han was not hesitant and said, "You guys go in first." His large hand curled, bringing the three girls into the Black Tower while he leapt out. Shwa, shwa, shwa. He was like a dragonfly dotting on water as the tips of his toes tapped on each stump, swiftly sweeping over and towards the other side of the river. Shwa. At this moment, a graceful figure flew out, following tightly behind Ling Han. Ling Han took a sudden stride forward, and arrived at the opposite bank. Taking a look back, he saw a lady was also crossing the river. After a glance, he involuntarily glanced at the girl who was surprisingly at spiritual ocean tier. Another close look, and Ling Han couldn't help being stunned. Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan both counted as exceptionally beautiful, and their reputation was far-reaching in the imperial city, where they were called twin pearls. However, they obviously paled in comparison to this lady. This girl was definitely a beauty that could be ranked among the top 10 Ling Han had seen in his entire life, even breaking into top 3. With the fact that he was a heaven tier in his previous life, how many beauties had he seen? Countless. This girl could rank top 10, that meant she certainly was exceptionally beautiful, simply beyond the mortal sense. The key was that she was young, at most 20 years old. A 20-year-old cultivator in the spiritual ocean tier. Even Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement. Placed amongst the geniuses he encountered in his prior life, she would make the grade. How could such a genius come out from a place as small as the 9 nations of the desolate north? Fairy Qi. Fairy Qi. A holler came from the opposite riverbank. Gu Fenghua's figure appeared. He obviously came here chasing the girl. Ling Han suddenly recalled that this guy said he'd encountered an exceptional fairy, and followed that fairy into the mystery realm. It seemed like this was that girl. She certainly was stunningly beautiful. However, at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. The stumps disappeared. Not one after another, but all of them disappeared in an instant, as if they never existed before. Gu Fenghua suddenly halted. He was a pervert for sure, but he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't dare cross the Thunder River. The girl was also shocked, but not at all panicked. As she shouted lightly, flames gushed out of her body and formed a propulsive force that made her rapidly falling figure halt suddenly, gliding towards the opposite riverbank. Her white clothes fluttered, and the flames danced. She was like a flying fairy. Gu Fenghua was suddenly lost in relaxation and carefreeness as he stared, but then he immediately gave himself a slap and said, "Now's not the time to admire. Beauty Chi, go for it. You can do it." This guy was truly a buffoon. Ling Han shook his head, and as his gaze swept past the girl, he knew that the girl had no chance to reach the opposite bank. The girl obviously knew this too, and her delicate face showed an unreconciled expression. Was she going to die here out of carelessness? Shua, at this moment, a metal silk like that of a silkworm shot out and wrapped around her thin waist. A massive force surged, pulling her rapidly towards the opposite riverbank. She wouldn't miss such a chance. She borrowed this force to straighten her back, instantly unleashing a surprising elasticity as she pulled her body upwards in an unimaginable manner. Ling Han retracted his hand, and Xiao, the origin gold, turned back into a bracelet. With this external force's support, the girl lightly fell to the ground. Her body trembled fiercely and she spat out some blood. When she'd burst with flames, it cost her a lot. Good. Seeing the girl land firmly onto the ground, Gu Fenghua instantly jumped in joy. He waved at Ling Han and said, "As expected of the man I think highly of, good job." Those words sounded so uncomfortable that Ling Han instantly shivered as expected of a pervert. The girl took out a medicinal pill to swallow, and then nodded at Ling Han. "Thank you." Ling Han nodded and said, "It's nothing, no need for formalities." Having her life saved, Chi Hualan must repay it, the girl said again with a prudent expression. Since she was so insistent, Ling Han nodded and said, "Okay, but no need to repay it with your body." "Pa!" Chi Hualan instantly spat in her. Thought 7 if you wanted to. There was no way. She would never marry an average man. However, with this joke, her tone was colder. "You don't have to worry about that. Ling Han, take care of Fairy Chi." Gu Fenghua yelled out from the opposite riverbank, obviously not willing to be a light bulb. "You know that man?" Chi Hualan asked Ling Han with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Ling Han was speechless. He and this pervert crossed paths twice and they already became friends? He nodded and said, "He is my friend." The disdain in Chi Hualan's eyes worsened. One who made friends with a pervert could not be any more normal oneself. She spoke no more. She would repay him for saving her life, but she definitely didn't want to associate herself with Ling Han in any other way. Even exchanging another word felt disgusting. Ling Han took notice of her expression and inwardly sneered. He saved her on a whim. Every moment, a talented cultivator would lose their life accidentally somewhere in the wide world, so her death wouldn't make much difference. He paid no more attention to her and looked ahead. From here on was the true mystery realm that only few have set foot on in several thousand years. However, nothing could be seen clearly. It was very strange. Separated by the Thunder River, it could be clearly seen that mountains and forests were here, and the land could be clearly seen 5,000 meters away. However, at this side of the river, there was fog everywhere. Things couldn't even be clearly seen 3 meters away, let alone 5,000 meters. Strange. Ling Han and Chi Hualan both thought. This was the effect of a formation. It's extremely dangerous here, so I advise you to stay here. Wait for the floating bridge to appear again and head to the opposite shore. Don't lose your life in vain, Chi Hualan said. This girl was unexpectedly cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Thanks for your concern. Only ghosts would be concerned about you." Chi Hualan snorted. "I just don't want you to die before I repay you for saving my life." Chapter 238. Evil Demon Tree. Rêverie. This girl truly knew not how to talk, using such harsh speech. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely live to be 100. "I worry." Chi Hualan snorted again. Ling Han couldn't help but think about Lu Ru'er, who also liked to snort. Caring yet proud. After he labeled Chi Hualan in his mind as such, he took out the logbook, peering into it again. Chi Hualang naturally didn't know how precious a thing Ling Han held in hand. It even allowed one to pass through the formation. She sat down cross-legged. Even though she ate a medicinal pill, she still needed to coordinate it with the circulation of origin power to recover her injuries. Ling Han very quickly closed the logbook and began walking ahead. Although Qi Hualan was recovering her injuries, she didn't dare to be careless. Naturally, she paid some attention to Ling Han in case he suddenly attacked and tried to subdue her. She knew just how crazy her looks made men. However, Ling Han just walked away. He walked away just like that. This guy was her savior after all. Even if he shamelessly stuck by her side, she wouldn't use her sword to chase him off, right? However, Ling Han let such a great chance go, making her appear as if she saw a ghost. To loosen the reins only to capture one better. Qi Hualang thought so at the start, but soon, she could no longer hear Ling Han's footsteps, as if she was the only one left in this world. He really left. Qi Hualan's face twitched. Although she never thought she'd charm all the men in the world, she'd seen plenty of the expressions of men who couldn't move their eyes off her, and now a freak who didn't care about her suddenly appeared, almost making her snap. This guy said he didn't need her to use her body to repay him. He wasn't joking, but he truly thought so. Qi Hualan thought back, and she was practically going berserk that someone gave her the cold shoulder. On the other side, Gu Fenghua called out, "Fairy Qi, come back. Get lost." Qi Hualan was still fuming, so she naturally gave Gu Fenghua a murderous look, which destroyed her fairy-like aura entirely. She took a deep breath and sat on the ground again. That was just a fool she didn't need to care about. Didn't need to care about. She told herself that, but involuntarily clenched her fists. If Ling Han appeared before her now, she definitely would give him a beating. Ling Han took large strides forward. In this life, his attention was put on the path of martial arts. It didn't matter how beautiful Qi Hualan was. Admiring her for a bit was enough. He followed the logbook's records and paid attention not to make a wrong step, otherwise he could be forever trapped inside this mist, unable to ever leave. He could only hope that Qi Hualan wouldn't lose her calm and rush in. But he was not a reckless person. It wasn't certain if the logbook was valid, not to mention possible changes to the formation after all those years that passed. Maybe this was a trap to lure people to enter. Ling Han turned blood-sucking origin gold into a line of silk, and fastened it to the riverside. While he advanced, he laid out the line in case he lost his direction would still be able to return following the line. Wandering numerous times in ancient sites, his experience was naturally rich. The logbook apparently didn't have any problems. After 10 minutes, the mist dispersed. Though it still remained, its density wasn't comparable to the one before. It was gloomy here, as if it was midnight but with a dim moonlight. It was dusky, but not to the point of being unable to see one's own fingers, forming an extremely constrained and inhibited environment. Ling Han jerked his finger and retrieved the blood-sucking origin gold. He now had complete confidence in being able to return. According to reason, when the Mystery Realm's door closed, it would expel all outsiders inside, but it was rumored that those who crossed the river disappeared henceforth. None ever appeared again, and that meant two possibilities. First, once people reached this point, they would no longer be expelled, and second, the people who came here all died, so they naturally would not be able to go out. Since he didn't know the dangers hidden here, Ling Han didn't let the three girls out. On the contrary, his mind was highly tense, ready to enter the Black Tower any time. A shadow suddenly attacked like a sharp arrow, thrusting at Ling Han. Ling Han instantly made a decision, and a black sword immediately surfaced from the Black Tower. He reached and grabbed it, slicing towards the shadow. The cold sword struck and ignited a blinding brilliance, making the black figure show its true appearance. It was actually a rattan. Ling Han's sword struck out, unleashing 6 flashes of sword chi. With a muffled sound, the rattan was struck and immediately began fluttering everywhere with black-colored liquids pouring out. It was as if a man's arm had been cut by a sword. Shwa, shwa, shwa. At this moment, several hundred rattans came thrusting. Ling Han concentrated his gaze, opening up his left hand and turning blood-sucking origin gold instantly into a screen blocking the attacks in front. Pu, 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 pu. Muffled sounds reverberated, and the strength behind the attacks pushed Ling Han back continuously. He aggressively retracted the blood-sucking origin gold with this time buffer. He already prepared Mysterious 3000, fiercely unleashing his sword. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Dozens of sword shadows surfaced at once, and the spiritual chi converged, quickly turning into a physical body. Go! Ling Han shouted loudly, controlling dozens of sword lights to counterattack against the Rottans. This attack was too strong. The severed Rottans fluttered and black-colored liquids poured like rain. Hong, with a trembling sound, a massive black figure surfaced. It was a massive tree, but this guy pulled itself out from the ground as countless roots intertwined below it, turning into 4 legs and enabling it to walk on the ground. Evil Demon Tree. Ling Han said with a slight change in his expression. Evil Demon Tree is a 3rd-stage monster spirit that isn't worrying on its own, but always comes in groups. As those words were said, another large tree appeared, then 3 more, a 4th one, and the amount kept increasing, forming a whole crowd of them. Evil Demon Tree's tree heart is an extremely good tonic food. It's just that when so many appear, it's hard to fight against them. Ling Han muttered. Hong, innumerable Rottans were launched as at least a dozen evil demon trees attacked him at once. Ling Han hurriedly dodged while waving his sword to counterattack from time to time. It was just that these evil demon trees were simply too large, and just like his dead tree body, their trunks were tough and durable, so when the sword chi hit, it only scraped the tree bark. He was about to hide in the black tower to temporarily avoid them, but the strange fire sent him a thought, wanting to come out to fight those evil demon trees. Fire conquers wood, it's worth a try. With Ling Han's thought, Hong, the strange fire immediately rose up, emitting a strong presence. This strange fire was fostered from a shattering void tier cultivator's ossified remains. Its intrinsic qualities were surprisingly high. Once the strange fire came out, the evil demon trees instantly backed away one after another, revealing an intense fear. Haha, never thought that my chance would come so quickly. Don't run, leave your tree hearts. Ling Han initiated an attack. Chapter 239. Battling Rong Huan Xian. Rêverie. Evil demon trees were special creatures, something between a plant and a beast. They could form an inner core like beasts that was similar to a martial artist's dantian. This was their source of power, known as tree heart. Since they counted as half-plants, evil demon trees' tree heart was like spirit grasses, very easy to refine and thus even more precious. Ling Han pursued them relentlessly, beating the evil demon tree army into disarray. At last, 7 evil demon trees had their tree hearts dug out while the rest took the chance and escaped, disappearing without a trace. However, due to their quality of being half-plant, even if their tree hearts were gone, they wouldn't die. The tree heart would still slowly grow back after 1,000 years. 7 tree hearts should help him break through to the 2nd layer of the gushing spring tier, right? Ling Han was very curious when he reached the peak of the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier. Would he form a 2nd spring eye, or continue to expand the 1st spring eye? He wasn't in a rush to refine these tree hearts. He continued to march on. Every time the mystery realm opened, it could only remain open for about 2 months' time. He'd already used up about half that time, so he had to speed up his pace. Fortunately, he had a predecessor's logbook, so he avoided several dangerous restrictions on the way, faced with threats but no real danger. The deeper it was, the flatter the landform was. Before, there were undulating mountains, but here there was only a spread of flat land seemingly without end. In the distance, a black light shot directly into the sky, connecting to the firmament like a heaven-reaching pillar. At the top, a pitch-black layer of clouds circled around it. A small dot could be seen faintly there, though what it was exactly was a mystery because it was simply too far to recognize. The location of the black light should be the mystery realm's core. What secrets exactly were hidden there? Ling Han hadn't set out yet, but already heard a strange sound and saw 3 bronze caskets slide from afar. That strange sound was issued by the caskets grating against the ground. The casket stopped 10 meters in front of Ling Han. Pang! The casket's cover flew open, and out jumped a youngster. It was Rong Huan Xian. You're quite strange, kid. I'm surprised you were able to come here. Rong Huan Xian said with a puzzled yet impressed expression. You too. Ling Han smiled as he said. If Rong Huan Xian didn't use the silver-armored corpse, then he would be able to put up a fight. You had a breakthrough? Rong Huan Xian's gaze inadvertently swept by Ling Han's body, instantly causing him to open up his mouth wide enough to fit a chicken egg inside. You were only in the 1st layer of the element gathering tier earlier. How did you suddenly become someone at 1st layer of the gushing spring tier? This was truly inconceivable. Whose cultivation could jump like that? Right, you should have eaten some spirit fruit, that's why your cultivation made a leap. He immediately nodded, answering his own question. It was the only reasonable explanation. Ling Han naturally wouldn't explain. He said, "You can come here because of the 3 caskets, right?" Rong Huan Xian rode the casket over earlier. This was the 1,000 corpse sect's most precious treasure, perhaps even a 10th-tier spirit tool since it was able to fend against the restriction. Rong Huan Xian smiled proudly and said, "Correct." Then he asked, "So, how did you come over?" "Luck." Ling Han smiled. "Then your luck is truly bad." Rong Huan Xian revealed a sliver of killing intent. "Why?" "Because you're going to die by my hands now." Rong Huan Xian attacked, forming a fist with his right hand. A spread of filthy air was discharged from his body, turning the ground 30 meters around him into dead land. Corpse chi kept rising and turning into skulls, charging towards Ling Han. "Humph, evil triumphs not over the virtuous." Ling Han snorted, and with a thought, flames emerged from his body, fending against the corpse land. His spirit base was complete with 5 elements. Origin power could transform into any element, and releasing flames was naturally a mere trifle. Flames had a strong restraining power against evil chi. This confrontation was a direct contest between origin power. Rong Huan Xian was in the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier, but his power surprisingly surpassed Ling Han's. The 5th layer's power was stronger than the 1st layer's, so it should be a very normal thing. However, Ling Han's spirit base was complete with the 5 elements, and on top of the process of 9 nuclei fusing into one, his power actually surpassed that of a normal 5th layer. This showed that Rong Huan Xian wasn't an average Joe, boasting power surpassing his cultivation. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head. He was surely a genius, but were other geniuses not allowed to exist? Despite 1,000 corpse sect being chased like rats, it couldn't be denied that it once had its years of glory. Its roots were naturally extremely deep, so would they not have been able to produce 1 or 2 exceptional geniuses? He was a bit surprised, but Rong Huan Xian was even more shocked. Rong Huan Xian knew clearly that although he was at the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier, his true power was on par with the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, and his battle prowess rocketed to 9 stars. Yet, in a pure origin power standoff, he actually barely surpassed Ling Han. Truly inconceivable. "You're very strange. You may become a great rival in the future, so you must die," Rong Huan Xian said in a justified manner. Ling Han laughed and said, "Hearing this, should I feel honored or scared?" "Honored and scared," Rong Huan Xian said threateningly. "You seem to understand quite a bit about the 1,000 corpse sect. You were probably thinking that I could run wild only by relying on these corpse soldiers, but you didn't know that my actual strength is also extremely strong." "Then I shall experience it," Ling Han said indifferently. "You will regret it." Rong Huan Xian attacked, his fist turned into a large skull, smashing towards Ling Han whilst he chanted, "Corpse chi opens the skies, my lord is heaven and earth." This chant is quite conceited, but this strength, well. Ling Han shook his head, and his eyes turned cold. With his right hand already striking out with his sword, he said, "On a clear bright day, demons and devils scatter at once. Sword light dispersed like the sun in midday." "Not bad, you have some strength." Rong Huan Xian sneered, still throwing punch after punch enveloped in corpse chi, unafraid of clashing head-on with a sharp sword. The main reason for that was that this sword was still a normal tool. If it were a 3rd-tier spirit tool, then it'd guarantee that Rong Huan Xian wouldn't be so arrogant. He had the power advantage after all, and it was an absolute advantage at that. Additionally, his skills were also out of the ordinary, very quickly letting him take the initiative, becoming more overbearing with each punch. "I knew I didn't misjudge it. Your battle power is extremely strong, at least equivalent to 8 stars. Unfortunately, you met me." He laughed boisterously with an arrogant and domineering spirit. This guy was certainly a genius, and he received the 1,000 corpse sect's inheritance. It was impossible for him not to be strong. Ling Han let out a loud cry and took out the fire-eyed bull's horns, holding one in each hand. With the surge of origin power, the patterns on the horns immediately lit up one after another, each bursting with flames. "Watch how I'm going to slice you." Ling Han used the horns as a handle and flames as a blade, attacking at Rong Huanxian as though with a sword. This effect was unusually good. Rong Huanxian cultivated a most keen and evil art, and what he feared and hated the most were fire-type arts which naturally dominated over his. When flames swirled, they instantly diminished his force greatly, and the two became equally matched. You shall not live. Rong Huanxian's killing intent was blazing now. Chapter 240. Corpse Rain. Rong Huanxian was definitely a conceited person. He was a genius of martial arts. There was no doubt about that. Additionally, he had also managed to obtain the core inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect, so he should have been invincible against any opponent in the same age range as he. But Ling Han was even younger than him, yet was powerful enough to oppose him. This caused killing intent to boil within him. D. He used a secret technique and punched out, actually producing a light shadow of a black skull that was draping over a similarly black-colored battle armor. A gigantic black blade rose and shot towards Ling Han in a slash. Ling Han's expression was a bit cautious. He took a deep breath, raised the bull's horns and launched his own slash. Mysterious 3000. Shwa, shwa, shwa. It was in a single instant when the skull warrior produced by the technique suffered multiple slashes, and was immediately shattered into pieces by the barrage. Ling Han was a bit out of breath. If it was not for the fact that the space within his dantian had been expanded 100-fold, he would have been completely exhausted after managing to launch 10+ attacks of Mysterious 3000 at most. This sword style was indeed very powerful, but it also expended an unusual colossal amount of energy. Moreover, the bull's horns were still not a sword at the end of the day, so there was a great loss of destructive power. But it was also because the bull's horns could produce a level 3 flame, which was very effective in dispersing the corpse qi, that he could achieve his goal with this one attack. Rong Huanxian was in utter disbelief. That move just now had been a secret technique of the Thousand Corpse sect, and was at the level of a black-grade high-level technique. It was also something that could only be used by a disciple of the Thousand Corpse sect, because it required the user to possess corpse qi. This move was a combination of origin power and corpse qi, and had a terrifying corrosive ability. A martial artist needed only touch a little bit of it, and he would definitely melt completely. But Ling Han unexpectedly managed to unravel this attack in a single slash. If he knew that this was the invincible sword technique that allowed the Sword Emperor to move unhindered in the world, he might feel a bit honored. That was because the Sword Emperor was too powerful a person had started to become known from when he was merely in the Gushing Spring tier, until he finally reached the Heaven tier. He had defeated all opponents who were in the same cultivation level as he, and stood invincible at the top of the field of the martial arts. Facing such a slash, he managed to avoid either death or defeat. This was already very much a miracle. However, Rong Huanxian did not know. Thus, he felt very displeased, and his killing intent became even stronger. You are indeed a strong foe. I have no choice but to eliminate you. Ling Han sighed and smiled as he said, We have no enmity between us, so why don't we simply drink some wine or have some tea? It would be better for you to go to hell and have your drink there. Rong Huanxian released a loud yell, and a black-colored qi appeared all over his body. A weird scene appeared. The black-colored qi actually solidified and formed sharp blades all over his body. At the first glance, it seemed as if he had become some kind of monster. Ling Han's expression became even more cautious and said, You made corpse qi cover your body and forcibly increased your own power? You indeed have a very deep understanding of the Thousand Corpse sect. Rong Huanxian smirked and said, Since that is the case, do you still intend to resist? Ling Han smiled calmly and said, You have your trump card, but so do I. Firstly, I had not wanted to reveal it, and secondly, I did not want to waste it on you. Oh, then I would really like to get a look at it. Rong Huanxian moved. With the corpse qi enveloping him, his battle prowess had indeed increased drastically, and he was once again able to get the upper hand. Ling Han humphed and put on the purple star handguard. He had already grasped fully the way to use this spirit tool. With instilling his origin power into it, the designs on it immediately shone and provided him with a continuous supply of energy. Rong Huanxian exclaimed in surprise. His battle prowess had increased slightly, and Ling Han was also able to similarly increase his own battle prowess, so both sides were back to the same starting line. It looked like this brat had also encountered a colossal fated opportunity of his own. However, Rong Huanxian had no fear. His greatest trump card were the 3 copper coffins. This was a secret treasure of the 1,000 Corpse sect. Though he was still unable to fully activate them, as long as he took shelter within them, it might not be possible for even a powerful elite of the flower-blossoming tier to lift the lid of the coffin and drag him out. Thus, he was filled with confidence. "Hang Ada, come out," he mumbled under his breath, and pang, yet another coffin opened and a silver-armored corpse leaped out. Hey, didn't we agree on a one-on-one battle? How can you bring out a helper?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Since you know so many secrets of the 1,000 Corpse sect, then you should also definitely know that the greatest technique of my sect is to control corpses. Corpse soldiers can be considered my sword or saber, so how could it be considered as taking the advantage of numbers to bully the few?" Rong Huanxian smiled as well, but did not hesitate at all in issuing his order for the silver-armored corpse to launch its attack at Ling Han. Spiritual Ocean Tier, what more when it was the peak of the Spiritual Ocean Tier, was not a league that Ling Han was capable of opposing at this moment. Even if he had the Black Tower to transmit power to him and forcibly raised his cultivation to the next tier, it was still not a definite thing that he would be able to resist such a terrifying guy. After all, the gap between the 1st and the 9th layer was a bit too big. Moreover, the body of the silver-armored corpse was comparable to the ingredients used to forge a Tier 4 weapon. Even it stood there unmoving, it would still require a bit of effort from him to break through its defenses. Pang! Right about when Ling Han was thinking of fleeing, a black shadow suddenly dropped down from above and crashed heavily near them, producing a gigantic depression in the ground, causing the latter to shake with a powerful tremor. Ling Han and Rong Huanxian immediately ceased their battle. They indeed wanted very much to kill each other, but would definitely not give up their own life to achieve this purpose. Pang! 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 More and more black shadows dropped down from above, and like rain, they fell around Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. Ling Han grew cautious and alert. If he was forced into desperate enough straits, then he could only enter the Black Tower right in front of everyone. If worse came to worst, he could use the chance when the Black Tower would transmit power into him and kill them to prevent them from revealing his secret. His gaze swept over the surroundings and he could not help but look shocked. A hand actually stretched out of the large depression created in the ground, and a person came crawling out of it. This was an old man who was dressed in embroidered robes. He looked like a wealthy man, but there was no sign of life circulating in any part of his body at all. There was no heartbeat, and no breath. Ling Han was absolutely sure that the blood in this man's veins was definitely not flowing. This should be a completely dead man. But he actually climbed out of the deep pit, and his face was vivid and lively. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like he had just fallen asleep. This was instead even more terrifying. Not just him. From each and every hole, a corpse came crawling out. It was obvious that there was no sign of life from them at all, yet they were still able to move. They looked a bit like corpse soldiers, but they had obviously not been refined at all. What was even more inconceivable was the fact that these corpses had dropped down from the sky. Yet Rong Huanxian's eyes immediately lit up and he looked practically like he was about to break out into a dance. There are actually so many good quality corpses. No wonder the 3 live corpse coffins insisted on bringing me here. So it seems that there is a great fated opportunity for me here. This person had been in spiritual pedestal tier when he was alive. This one was in flower blossoming tier. And here's another in spiritual pedestal tier. Ha 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 ha, I need only refine a few corpses, and it would be enough to do as I like in the north. Rong Huanxian looked incomparably delighted. He pointed at one of the corpses with his right hand and said, "When I refine you, you must obey my commands." He began muttering under his breath, and a black-colored chi actually spread out from his right hand, wafting towards that corpse. The corpse seemed like it had not felt anything at all, and merely continued to stare at the sky blankly. Ling Han too looked at the sky, and could not help but come up with a daring idea. Could it be that these corpses were that little black dot in the sky, and it was previously impossible to tell there was more than one because of the distance? The black light surrounded the corpse's body, and as if it was alive, it entered into the corpse through its nostrils, ears, and eyes. Rong Huanxian smiled. This was the source corpse chi he had cultivated. As long as a corpse was invaded by this chi, then the corpse would fall under his control. "Come here," he commanded. The corpse seemed to have felt something was off, and suddenly turned to look at Rong Huanxian, its body slightly trembling. Pooh! A black-colored chi shot out from within its body and instantly turned into ash. Rong Huanxian's previously pale face suddenly reddened, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His source corpse chi had been destroyed, which caused him to experience a powerful backlash. Chapter 241. Demonic Qi. Finally, no more corpses continued to drop down from the skies. However, these corpses all stood up and began to surround Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. They did not make any move, and seemed to be waiting for a command from someone. However, though Ling Han and Rong Huanxian were heavily surrounded, neither looked the slightest bit afraid. That was because they both had a powerful life-saving trump card. Ling Han had the Black Tower, while Rong Huanxian had his 3 live corpse caskets. All of a sudden, these corpses all turned to look at Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. There appeared a network of black-colored veins on their skin, which caused them to look strange in an instant, but at the same time, it also gave them a bit of life, as if they had really been revived. They began to walk and made their way towards Ling Han and Rong Huanxian. They didn't move very quickly, but each and every one of them was exuding a powerful aura. These people were indeed dead, and because they had not been refined, could not possibly have the powerful battle prowess that corpse soldiers had. However, those patterns on their skin had completely changed everything, and allowed them to possess a terrifying battle prowess. It was as if they had been transformed into human-shaped spirit tools. Rong Huanxian, we shall continue our battle next time. Ling Han laughed, drew out a swift cloud talisman and slapped it onto his body. Then, he broke into a run. There was no advantage at all in fighting with these human-shaped spirit tools. Moreover, both he and Rong Huanxian had a means which could absolutely guarantee their safety and so were unable to kill the other off. So what was the point of continuing to fight? To continue wasting time here? Moreover, those corpses must have appeared to block their advance, and anyone who would choose to continue to stay here and fight a tough battle would be an idiot. Hong, a female corpse, raised her hand and delivered a palm strike. A light shadow was launched, and formed into a network of patterns, shooting towards Ling Han. A spiritual pedestal tier-level attack. It was not possible for Ling Han to dodge an attack of this level even if he had increased his speed tenfold. But just as this light shadow was about to make contact with him, he entered into the Black Tower in a flash, but in the next instant, once again reappeared from within the Black Tower. As his speed was too fast, it was as if he had never disappeared at all, but that attack had indeed missed its target. Rong Huanxian was extremely shocked, because he was quite sure that he himself would never have been able to dodge that attack. It was after all an attack from someone in spiritual pedestal tier. If his eyes had been sharper, he may have discovered the fact that Ling Han had vanished and once again reappeared, but for someone in the gushing spring tier, that was impossible. Ling Han's calculations were too accurate. Entering and subsequently exiting the Black Tower was just enough to make that attack fall short of its target. If he had reappeared a bit sooner, he would definitely have suffered the attack, and if he had appeared a bit later, then it would have exposed him. How could the eyes and judgment for someone who used to be in heaven tier be hollow? However, he did not have the time to continue pondering, as there were already many corpses that had launched their own attacks at him. The silver-armored corpse had just rushed forwards, and with a paw, smacked an old corpse into pieces. An existence of flower-blossoming tier. Rong Huanxian did not have the slightest feeling of having vented his anger as he hurriedly hid himself in one of the caskets. Bang! 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 An innumerable number of attacks shot forwards, activating the 3 live corpse coffins. The patterns on the coffins immediately lit up, launching rays of black light. Even if these corpses had the battle prowess of spiritual pedestal tier, at the very least, they did not have the slightest bit of resistance against these rays of black light. In an instant, they collapsed and transformed into a black-colored liquid. In this way, the attention of practically all the corpses was attracted. With a long hiss, Ling Han's speed increased, and he had instantly disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Rong Huanxian could only curse from within the copper coffin. The best-case scenario was that Ling Han would be killed off by one of the corpses. Those corpses were very powerful, but speed was not their forte. After Ling Han had forced his way out of the encirclement, he very quickly managed to throw off his pursuers, and continued to make his way to that black-colored pillar of light ahead of him. He had the logbook left behind by Xiao Ding, and managed to continuously avoid all the dangerous zones. But after advancing a bit further, he had reached the zone that had been Xiao Ding's limit. In other words, he would be able to come into contact with that source of misfortune here. Ling Han used his divine sense to continuously sweep over himself, taking note of any slightest bit of change. However, his bloodstream, his heartbeat, and everything else was completely normal. He was approaching closer and closer to that black-colored light pillar, and sensed that he would be soon unraveling an ancient mystery, so could not help becoming a little bit excited. After proceeding for some more distance, he coincidentally raised his hand, but realized, much to his shock, that there had actually appeared a black-colored pattern on his palm and arm, which was exactly the same as those corpses that had dropped down from the sky. How could this be? He had obviously not felt any change, but without his knowledge, something had happened to his body, making him feel very astonished and wary. One had to understand, he was someone who had the senses of a martial artist in heaven tier. Yet still, he had fallen victim without realizing it. Xiao Ding had said in his logbook that there was a mysterious energy in this place, which had infected him, causing him to feel unlike himself. Then, if he had been like those corpses that had fallen down from the sky, then began to move under the control of this mysterious pattern, he would have been moving like a zombie, and indeed that was no longer himself. With a thought, Ling Han had entered into the Black Tower. In the Black Tower, he was the ultimate ruler. He left Lu Yutong and the other girls far behind, and did not allow them to find out that he had arrived. Get out! Ling Han humphed. A mighty force exploded from his body, and it was as if he had transformed into a brilliantly shining sun. Those patterns on his skin were instantly shattered, and transformed into black-colored threads. After they merged together, they only had the breadth of a single strand of hair. It was as if this black thread had a life of its own as it continued to twist around, and even released shrill hisses. It was the level of divine sense, and directly penetrated into one's mind. I am in charge in my territory. Whatever you are, you had better behave in front of me. Ling Han's right hand pressed down on empty air, and this black thread could only obediently hang in midair. Xiao, small tower appeared, slightly trembling. Do you know what this thing is? Ling Han asked. Demonic qi. There is a consciousness in it, which allows it to control living beings and transform them into puppets, Small Tower answered. Ling Han nodded. He had seen with his own eyes that there were similar patterns flashing on the bodies of those corpses, and they were moving around like zombies. Ultimately, it was this black thread that was the key of the matter. However, pure demonic qi is also not a bad energy, which can be used to remold yourself thoroughly. I can erase the consciousness from within it, and make it so that you can use it. However, there is not much here, so the effects would be limited. Small Tower continued. Really? Small Tower shook lightly. It's done. It was done just like that? No matter how it was, shouldn't there have been some explosion of light, or a bit of time to wait? Ling Han was shocked. From this, he could also tell how high the level of the Black Tower was. Well, that was true. With merely a slight tremor from it in his last life, his mortal body was dead. He held up that black thread. Now, this thing was obediently not making any further resistance. He could also sense the power held within it. It was different from spiritual qi, but seemed more majestic. With a thought, he had once again appeared in the outside world. A consciousness was suddenly moving in his mind. Who? Ling Han immediately shouted. What an intriguing brat. That consciousness once again resounded. I discovered a sliver of consciousness had lost contact with me, and it so happened that it is that sliver that is attached to you. Chapter 242. Azura Demon Emperor. Rêverie. Ling Han smiled condescendingly and said, A grown man still speaking half-truths, don't you fear being laughed at? Hee hee, youngster, when this lord had overrun the world, your ancestors weren't even born. That voice laughed, its owner appearing to think otherwise. No matter, this lord's name is Azura Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor. Ling Han was stunned. Based on Xiao Ding's account, Devil Sky Mystery Realm's master was called Demon Master, Could it be this person? He said dully. This nickname is certainly awe-inspiring and domineering, but don't you have a name? Ha 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 ha, youngster. Are you trying to fish out information from this lord? The voice that called itself a Jura demon emperor burst into laughter. Hi, this lord hasn't seen people for too long, so I'll chat with you for a bit. Ling Han didn't appreciate the offer and said coldly, Lord Demon Emperor is in such a good mood, using mystical arts to control people right away. I wouldn't dare to chat with Lord Demon Emperor. Maybe I'll fall into a trap at any time. Jura Demon Emperor laughed mischievously without a shred of anger and embarrassment from having just had his evil deed revealed. This is a mystery realm locked by infinite restrictions in order to stop people from entering. This lord is responsible for suppressing this land, and won't allow anyone to pass. It is you who bumped into the spear-tip one. Those words seem to have some reason. Ling Han was already well acquainted with such ways, so he naturally wouldn't be embarrassed by this rebuttal. He laughed and said, Old senior, this place has been desolate for countless years, already becoming a thing with no owner. Us martial artists explore all sorts of ancient ruins. It is a very normal thing, isn't it? Would senior send out an application asking for permission to enter before entering some ancient ruins? Jura Demon Emperor instantly cracked up. Youngster, you sure can argue. Well, this lord won't get entangled in the right or wrong of entering this place, but since you've entered, and have the ability, you can complete a wish of this lord. Ling Han inwardly sneered. Speaking of arguing, Jura Demon Emperor was better, quietly covering up the fact that he tried to control him earlier. However, if he wanted to fish information from the other party, he naturally wouldn't keep arguing about that, or else they would only fall out. What wish does senior have? He asked. Wait for this lord to tell you why Devil Sky Mystery Realm exists. Jura Demon Emperor sighed, and began to tell Ling Han what he wanted to know. A very long time ago, at least several 10,000 years, an incomparably strong being appeared in this world. It was called Chaos Origin God. God. Ling Han was a little shocked inside. Those who reached Shattering Void Tears Extreme could shatter the sky and enter the legendary Divine Plane. Could this Chaos Origin God have come from the Divine Plane? If a being like that truly existed, then wouldn't it be invincible here? Chaos Origin God was strong, but it committed the most heinous crimes and caused countless formidable cultivators to set out against it together. After paying a steep price, they defeated Chaos Origin God. His body was divided into 9 parts, each part suppressed in 9 different mystery realms, Jura Demon Emperor added. Ling Han was seriously shocked and said with a frown, This place suppresses 1/9 of Chaos Origin God's body? Correct. Ling Han was astounded and asked again, You said body, not corpse? Chaos Origin God was too powerful even if smashed to pieces. He could immediately recover, being essentially impossible to kill. Thus, the only way was to split his body into 9 parts to decrease his power, suppressing each part separately, Jura Demon Emperor explained. Hiss, as expected of a god, super kick-ass. Ling Han pondered and asked again, why not split him into 10 parts or 100 parts? Because 9 was the extreme. If it surpassed 9, Chaos Origin God could restore himself on any remaining limb, and below 9, his power would only be divided. Therefore, the extreme was 9 parts, Jura Demon Emperor said. Ling Han nodded. This explained one of his doubts, but he immediately asked again, after so many years, Chaos Origin God hasn't died. A god's life is so long that it surpasses your imagination, Jura Demon Emperor said indifferently. Senior's life seems to be quite long as well, Ling Han also said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, this involves another secret, but it's also the wish that I would like you to complete for this lord. Jura Demon Emperor laughed and said, suppressing Chaos Origin God under 9 mystery realms can only temporarily suppress it. The 9 body parts will still instinctively seek to escape and fuse with each other. He paused a short while, then continued. Thus, each mystery realm includes strong restrictions to strengthen the lock. However, the restriction's power slowly weakened with time. It should be about 20,000 years ago when the restriction power weakened to the point that it almost couldn't suppress Chaos Origin God. Consequently, this lord fused his own body with the restriction to reinforce the restriction again. That was what Xiao Ding had said when they were ordered to leave Devil Sky Mystery Realm. Ling Han pondered. Jura Demon Emperor's words had no inconsistencies, and if it were as he said, that he sacrificed himself to suppress Chaos Origin God by fusing with a restriction, then his moral character was definitely worthy of respect. He nodded and said, "Senior sentiments impress this junior." Azura Demon Emperor sighed, paused for a short while, then said, "This Lord's greatest wish is to annihilate Chaos Origin God forever. This was originally impossible, but this Lord fused with the restriction and continued to battle with Chaos Origin God's body for 10,000 years, obtaining a deep understanding of Chaos Origin God. Youngster, this Lord has a way to annihilate Chaos Origin God completely. Do you wish to help this Lord?" Ling Han smiled. Although Azura Demon Emperor spoke vehemently, it was all just him talking. Ling Han's had 2 lifetimes as a human. He wouldn't believe a one-sided story. He had his own opinions. He said, "How do I help? This place suppresses Chaos Origin God's left arm, and this Lord can help you refine it. By doing so, Chaos Origin God will completely lose 1/9 of his power, and you will possess one part of a God's body. In days to come, when you break through to the God tier, your chances of success will be at least 70 to 80% if not 90%. Azura Demon Emperor suddenly threw out a large pie, enough to crush any one person. Shattering the sky and attaining God's spirit, this was every martial artist's dream. Didn't Ling Han enter and explore numerous ancient ruins precisely to break through to the shattering void tier? Now it seemed like a glorious path was set in front of him, one step to the heavens. Possessing an arm of God, what sort of concept was that? Even with Ling Han's strong will, his heartbeat became faster by 3 beats. However, he immediately calmed down and said, "How do I do it?" "Easy, just pull out a sword, and this Lord will be able to allocate all of the restrictions power, and when the time comes, I'll be able to assist you in merging with the arm of God, refining Chaos Origin God's will," Azura Demon Emperor said somewhat excitedly. Chapter 243. True or False? Rêverie. Ling Han was somewhat moved and said, "What sword?" 10th tier spirit tool, Demon Birth Sword. Azura Demon Emperor said, "This is the 1st generation Demon Master Sword, fused with the Demon Master's martial intent, used as the formation's eye. To refine the arm of God, the formation must be opened, so the Demon Birth Sword must be pulled out." Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Senior, although you speak with such righteousness and such extravagance that my heart couldn't help but beat wildly, how do I know that you're not a fake created by the Chaos Origin God in a ploy to deceive me and make me open the restriction to let you out?" "Ha ha ha ha." Azura Demon Emperor laughed boisterously, then said solemnly, "This Lord can vow with my soul that this Lord is Azura Demon Emperor and definitely not Chaos Origin God. If there are half-truths, then let my soul fall forever into reincarnation, and not allow to be birthed as man for 10,000 lifetimes." Vow of the soul. This was the most serious vow, and the higher the tier of a martial artist, the less likely he would be to dare make such a vow. Ling Han was a heaven-tier martial artist in his previous life, so he naturally knew a vow of the soul couldn't be faked. However, he revealed a smile at the corner of his lips. The vow of the soul couldn't be faked, but Azura Demon Emperor's story could have been faked, then his vow naturally would have no meaning. Ling Han pondered whether or not he wanted to take this risk. If he could take in Demon Birth Sword and the arm of God into the Black Tower, then no matter what conspiracies and plots he had, he'd make him completely submit. The 10th tier spirit tool was definitely not out of the question, but the arm of God, that was God tier, which was on par with the Black Tower, so could it be refined? Besides, Demon Birth Sword definitely had a spirit inside, and the arm of God had the remaining will of Chaos Origin God, which needed the other party's agreement to be put into the Black Tower. He had no initiative. Thus, Ling Han didn't dare to make a decision rashly. "Youngster, do you not believe this Lord?" Azura Demon Emperor snorted and revealed dissatisfaction in his tone. "Whatever, this Lord will summon Demon Birth Sword over, so you can ask it yourself." After a short while, a flash of light came flying rapidly from afar. It truly was a sword. It was covered in several patterns, each forming several characters. A look at it made Ling Han's brain feel as if boiling and churning. It was extremely painful. It definitely surpassed the 9th tier. Otherwise, this martial intent wouldn't be intolerable for Ling Han with just a glance. "It certainly is a tool spirit." Small Tower sent out a voice. Its consciousness was connected to Ling Han's, and they could communicate any time without worrying about anyone else knowing. I am Demon Birth Sword. This sword resonated, sending out its divine sense. It surely was a 10th tier spirit tool. A sense of delight surged involuntarily in Ling Han. He planned to walk down the sword path, so naturally he yearned to possess a high-tier spirit tool. If he could obtain the Demon Birth Sword, then he wouldn't have to consider the problem of a weapon before breaking through to the god tier. Youngster, do you still have any doubts about this lord? Azura Demon Emperor's voice sounded once again in Ling Han's consciousness. Could only use divine consciousness to communicate with Ling Han. Ling Han revealed a smile, and he said to Small Tower, "Can you help me subdue this tool spirit's true entity?" Small Tower was silent for a while as if thinking, and then said, "If I use all my strength, then I can annihilate all existences in this realm. Subduing a 10th tier spirit tool is naturally a breeze. However, in the depth of my memory, there is an intense voice that tells me definitely not to expose myself. 10 millennia ago, I used up the tiny bit of source power I recovered to fuse with you, and for you to take another person's body, I used up the source power I had just accumulated completely. If I strike now without source power to hide from God's design, then my existence will definitely be discovered by many powerful beings. At that time you will die, and I'll be striped away." Ling Han didn't notice the difference between source power and origin power. He sighed and said, "After all that talk, you just definitely can't intervene? With 10 millennia for me to recover source power, I can intervene once," Small Tower said. Ling Han's expression was bizarre. In 10 millennia's time, he'd either become a god or turn into a corpse, so he definitely wouldn't be able to wait till Small Tower showed its power. "However, if you can bring the tool spirit into my body, I can intervene without scruples and suppress it," Small Tower added. The fact remained that he still needed to bring Demon Birth Sword into the Black Tower. Ling Han pondered and said, "How much of Azura Demon Emperor's words are real? I don't understand people's hearts, and can't judge if it's true or false." Small Tower vibrated lightly, as if shaking its head. "But judging by the divine consciousness he left on your body, if he enters the tower, I can easily suppress him." Again, it had to be within the tower. Ling Han sighed. This was the hardest, because it was just like having a good hand of cards but no chance to use it. No matter how good that hand was, it could only rot in his hands, making him extremely depressed. Ling Han was startled for a moment and looked behind him, only to hear a rumbling sound. With just a few breaths of time, 3 caskets were as if they had grown legs, sliding over. Rong Huan Xuan. He was truly like a lingering ghost. Pang, Rong Huan Xian jumped out of the casket and his gaze swept by Ling Han as he revealed an amazed expression and said, "You actually didn't get infected by the demonic qi and turn into the walking dead like those scrubs?" "You didn't, let alone me?" Ling Han said indifferently. "You mean you're stronger than me?" Rong Huan Xian said with squinted eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. "Isn't it an obvious fact?" Ling Han laughed. Perhaps for a long time to come, this guy would be his opponent, so he naturally didn't mind taunting him a bit. Rong Huan Xian was angered and thought to attack, but he suddenly stared blankly, showing an appearance of listening attentively. Ling Han immediately guessed that Azura Demon Emperor told Rong Huan Xian about the arm of God and the Demon Birth Sword. Ha 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 ha. Rong Huan Xian very quickly laughed aloud. Who would have thought that here hides such a large secret? My silver-armored corpse didn't die in vain. Ling Han knew he was already moved, and said, "Rong Huan Xian, you should think clearly, don't throw yourself into it too." Rong Huan Xian laughed loftily. He had 3 lives corpse casket, which was a 10th tier spirit tool, so he definitely wasn't afraid of the Demon Birth Sword. Even if Chaos Origin God was once strong without bounds, but now it was severed into 9 parts, so just how much power remained? Besides, he wasn't an idiot. Wouldn't he act only after he saw things clearly? Xiao, Demon Birth Sword spirit started to fly. Rong Huan Xian immediately jumped into the bronze casket and followed at a lightning speed. Ling Han shook his head and followed behind. Although he wasn't a paladin that cherished the entire world, he also wouldn't wish for chaos in the world. He naturally had to prevent Rong Huan Xian from doing deranged things. Rong Huan Xian was a 1000-corpse sect disciple who couldn't be considered a human anymore. Chapter 244, core of the array. In truth, Ling Han still had many questions that he had yet to ask the Azura Demon Emperor. For example, why were there so many corpses in the sky? Since the Devil Sky Mystery Realm would open up every once in a while, why had he only just managed to sort out himself and Ronghuan Xian now? Could it be that in the many years previously, not one single person had managed to make it across the Thunder River? Ling Han recalled that demonic qi. Could it be that anyone who could not resist demonic qi would be considered unqualified to be contacted by the Azura Demon Emperor? He was left far behind by Ronghuan Xian. It was all right though as long as he did not lose sight of the latter. After a very long travel, the demon birth sword finally stopped. In front of them, there appeared a gigantic altar. It was circular in shape, and the center stuck out very tall, while the ground around it was completely flat in all directions. They could see that there were many mysterious, unknown characters drawn all over the ground. In any case, Ling Han was not able to decipher them. He cast his eyes instead on that central part of the altar that was sticking out. There was a sword laid upon it, which looked completely the same as the spirit that had claimed itself to be the spirit of the demon birth sword. From the looks of it, it was indeed the spirit of this sword. There were slivers of black-colored qi encircling the body of the sword, and it seemed as if they were a demonic dragon that continued to twist proudly around it. Xiao, from the air, the spirit suddenly entered into the treasured sword, and did not appear again. Young man, there is only one fortunate opportunity. I shall gift this fateful opportunity to whoever manages to get the demon birth sword. The voice of the Azura Demon Emperor was once again heard. Ronghuan Xian laughed loudly, leaped out of the copper coffin and declared, "It naturally belongs to me." However, it was only a single instant, but all of a sudden, his entire body was covered with the black demonic patterns. He gasped out loudly in fear, and immediately leaped back into the copper coffin. Ling Han could not help but narrow his eyes. The demonic qi in this place was too strong. Ronghuan Xian had only just appeared, and he was completely encircled by the demonic qi. If it was not for the fact that he had the 3 lives corpse caskets with him, then it was most likely that that one single instant would be enough time for him to completely lose all independent thought and willpower, and transform completely into a puppet under the control of the demonic qi. Strange. Then why had nothing happened to him at all? Could it be that because he had refined that sliver of demonic qi, and so caused the demonic qi in this place to fear him? Who? The 3 lives corpse caskets shook lightly. Upon them, a multitude of patterns lit up and transformed into ancient characters. After that, black-colored qi emerged from within the coffin, and they looked very faint. Obviously, they were currently helping Ronghuan Xian to cast off the demonic qi. However, it was far beneath the level of the Black Tower. A single thought from Ling Han was enough to chase out the demonic qi, and Small Tower easily managed to subdue the demonic qi. After at least an hour, no more black qi was released from the coffin. Evidently, the demonic qi in Ronghuan Xian's body had been completely cast out. Ling Han, why did nothing happen to you? Ronghuan Xian called from within his coffin, obviously not daring to reappear. Ling Han shrugged and said, "Why should I tell you? Hang." Ronghuan Xian also knew that he had spoken nonsense. But he was really curious. Even he had to depend on the 3 lives corpse caskets to avoid being invaded by the demonic qi. Then what did Ling Han have to depend on? Ling Han began to circle around the altar and said, "Indeed, this is the core of an array, and the demon birth sword is indeed the eye of this array. If one draws out the demon birth sword, then even if this array does not lose all effect, it will at least be rendered only half as effective. Young man, I have really underestimated you. You actually have such knowledge." Azura Demon Emperor's voice was once again heard. "When you draw out this sword, not only will you be able to obtain a 10th tier spirit tool, you will even be able to get the arm of a god." Ling Han did not say anything. After a while he smiled, then said, "No one would be giving away benefits for free in this world. The reason for a lot of misfortune begins from greed. I do not believe you." "Why?" Azura Demon Emperor asked in confusion. "To make a deal with an evil demon who would freely use demonic qi to control others, wouldn't that be the case of being deceived and still appreciating and thanking him who had deceived you?" Ling Han said calmly. He repressed his own greed. "Young man, you have misunderstood. I am cultivating devil arts, and after I merged with the array, demonic qi has naturally filled this world. Moreover, I have already lost my body, so it is impossible for me to still possess any control over the demonic qi. The malevolent devil emperor explained. Ling Han shrugged and said, I think this situation is quite fine. Why don't we just let that chaos origin god continue to be repressed here, and after a few hundred years, I should have about reached the shattering void tier. Then, I'll just come back and strengthen the array a bit, and ensure that whatever god is eternally unable to make a comeback. Azura Demon Emperor was instantly lost for words. After quite a while, he asked, Are you going to simply allow such a great opportunity to pass you by? A 10th tier spirit tool and the arm of a god. Indeed, these were both powerful items, but Ling Han felt that things had proceeded too smoothly that it seemed like a trap, which gave rise to a powerful feeling of vigilance within him. No, this opportunity is mine. Hong, one of the coffins flew up. Rong Huanxian's yell was still heard from within. This is my opportunity, and no one can snatch it away from me. It was the fact that he had been forced into desperate straits which had allowed him to obtain the inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect, and thus gained the ability to make a comeback and eliminate his enemies. Moreover, he had a bright future ahead of him, and could prospectively become one of the few truly powerful elites of this world. Thus, he was a great believer in chance, and believed even more in his own luck. This 10th tier spirit tool and the arm of a god was a gift the heavens had given to him, so he would never allow them to be snatched away by another. Hong Long Long, under his command, the copper coffin slid directly over to the altar. Wang Wang Wang. This altar was instantly activated. This was the core of the whole array, and was also the strongest part of it. One after another, the patterns lit up, and it was as if those characters were suddenly brought to life and appeared in close succession with each other. A shocking scene appeared. These characters actually formed into various white-colored human shapes, but these humans had no noses, no eyes, and no mouths. There were only brightly lit characters all over bodies. Hong, these character men all moved, and struck at the copper coffin. Ling Han instantly looked astonished. He was absolutely sure that the ability of these character men was at most only in the heaven tier. How could this be possible? With a 10th tier spirit tool as the eye of this array, no matter what, the character men created by this array should at least have the ability of the shattering void tier, right? Otherwise, they might as well have used 10 9th tier spirit tools as replacement. Could it be that a 10th tier spirit tool was unable to compare to 10 9th tier spirit tools? Bang! 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 These attacks fell upon the copper coffin and incited the patterns on it to light up as well and release black-colored light. Not only were the attacks of these character men blocked, they were even bounced back at them, displaying the forceful nature of the copper coffin. This copper casket was definitely a 10th tier treasure. With the shining black light, the character men needed only be exposed for a short while, and that area of characters would instantly dim. However, it was unlike before when the black light would endlessly spread out and increase the area of damage. Obviously, against existences of the 9th tier, while the copper coffin was still at an advantage, it was not to the level that it was defying all logic. Though the copper coffin had limited effects, it still continued to advance forwards. However, its speed had slowed down considerably. Ling Han frowned deeply. If Rong Huanxian really drew out the demon birth sword, who knew what might happen? He gave a light humph and his right hand opened, intending to strike out with his blood-sucking origin gold and forcibly pull back the copper coffin. Young man, it's fine if you do not want the fateful opportunity, but you have gone too far to try to stop another from obtaining it. The voice of Azura Demon Emperor was once again heard, and suddenly, a large piece of black-colored demonic patterns appeared on Ling Han's hand, making him have no choice but stop his movement. Chapter 245. Devil comes into being. Rêverie. Ling Han lost control of his Honda and naturally became unable to use the blood-sucking origin gold. The demonic patterns were quickly expanding and creeping towards his head. At the same time, an indescribable evil was roiling inside his body, as if trying to swallow him whole. Ha 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 ha, become this lord's servant. Your body seems to be hiding a secret that this lord is very interested in knowing. Azura Demon Emperor's voice sounded again. Ling Han snorted, but he was unable to deal with Rong Huanxian at the moment. If he really let the demonic patterns creep onto his head, his consciousness would definitely be wiped out by the demonic qi, turning him into a walking dead controlled by Azura Demon Emperor. His figured flashlight had entered the Black Tower. "Get the hell out," he bellowed. A mysterious power surged within his body and whiffs of black chi were instantly ejected from it, making him feel bright and clear. Small tower. The space trembled and small tower appeared out of nowhere. It just shook lightly, and all the black chi immediately condensed into a lump. It instantly wiped out the consciousness within it, turning it into a pure lump of demonic chi. Ling Han's body flashed again, and he had already appeared in the outside world. "What? You actually expelled the demonic chi and refined this lord's consciousness?" Azura Demon Emperor cried out. "Humph, several millennia of conspiring won't be spoiled by a child. Today, no matter how large the cost, this lord will reach the objective." Hong, black chi surfaced on Ling Han's body again, each strands like a spirit snake, rushing to be the first to bore into his body. "SHT." Ling Han cursed and entered the Black Tower right away. Small Tower intervened and completely wiped out the demonic chi in his body, refining it. Ling Han made a comparison within the traces of demonic chi before and now were somewhat different. Before, the demonic chi carried Azura Demon Emperor's will that wanted to control and manipulate him. However, the latter only confused his mind, and no longer contained Azura Demon Emperor's will within it. It was very simple. The other party was afraid of his will being erased. One's soul was limited. Once a part was erased, it'd forever disappear, and it would be impossible to recover it. Thus, Azura Demon Emperor wanted to stop Ling Han from stopping Rong Huanxian, but he absolutely wouldn't send large amounts of his will for Ling Han to erase. That would be equivalent to suicide. Therefore, Azura Demon Emperor gave up the thought of controlling him and only wanted him to lose his mind, turning him into an idiot without consciousness under the demonic chi's influence. Of course, expending demonic chi in this way would definitely hurt Azura Demon Emperor's vitality greatly, so that's why he said, "No matter how large the cost, this lord will reach the objective." However, it could also be inferred how great Azura Demon Emperor's scheme was, making him unhesitantly undertake such means to stop Ling Han. Ling Han appeared again this time, entering and exiting only took less than half a breath's time. He glanced over to see the bronze casket was getting closer and closer to the demon birth sword, but this 10th tier spirit tool showed no signs of displaying its power. Otherwise, with a 10th tier spirit tool against a 10th tier spirit tool, the 3 lives corpse caskets definitely wouldn't obtain the upper hand. Thinking back to how Azura Demon Emperor and the demon birth sword echoed one another. Obviously the demon birth sword had been subdued by Azura Demon Emperor. Now, Rong Huanxian was running an errand for Azura Demon Emperor, so demon birth sword naturally wouldn't butt in. Contrarily, if he entered the altar now, then he would definitely suffer a hit on the head from demon birth sword, so he had no other means except for hiding in the Black Tower. Azura Demon Emperor only saw that he refined demonic chi quickly, and assumed that he had a treasure that far surpassed the 3 lives corpse caskets. In reality, the Black Tower couldn't be taken out, so even if he let Ling Han advance, Ling Han wouldn't be able to stop Rong Huanxian, as long as the demon birth sword intervened. However, how could Azura Demon Emperor possibly know that? Seeing Ling Han come out, he immediately allocated large amounts of demonic chi to corrode him, but to no avail. Entering and exiting, the two seemed to be playing hide and seek, and the amount of demonic chi Ling Han obtained was bigger and bigger, making him beam with joy. After the demonic chi was refined and stripped of its evil and chaos properties, it became a high-level energy, which was a great tonic that could increase his physical qualities and cultivation. A good guy. Ling Han truly wanted to award Azura Demon Emperor a medal. There truly weren't many good people these years, making him inwardly sigh. However, he entered and exited more often to fish for more gains. Azura Demon Emperor was almost driven mad, but he had no way to know that Ling Han couldn't stop Rong Huanxian, sparing no effort to use demonic chi to corrupt Ling Han. This expenditure was so large that he felt it intolerable. Fortunately, the bronze casket finally arrived before the demon birth sword. He instinctively stopped activating demonic chi. Although it was only a mere sliver of divine sense, it gave off extreme anticipation. If it could materialize at this moment, then it would inevitably be filled with eager expectation and excitement. Rong Huanxian pushed aside the casket lid, reaching out to grab the demon birth sword. Ling Han just came out and found it odd that there was suddenly no demonic chi assaulting him, making him feel unused to it. He turned his head just in time to see the scene. At this moment, it was already too late for him to intervene, so he sat by and watched to see what would happen next. Rong Huanxian grabbed onto the demon birth sword and an extremely bright flash of brilliance instantly burst forth. The bronze casket also sent out a blinding light, forming dark characters, and closed in on that light. Ling Han felt as if his eyes were blinded as he became unable to see anything. However, the two lumps of light burst out for a moment, then disappeared one after another. Rong Huanxian let out a tragic scream. His left arm was cut off from the shoulder, spilling out fresh blood. Xiao, his severed arm still held onto the demon birth sword, and it coincidentally flew in Ling Han's direction. With a rumble, the altar trembled fiercely and cracks appeared on the heaven-reaching pillar of light as infinite black dots came crashing onto the ground. With a bang, the top of the pillar of light started to crumble and spread downwards. In a breath's time, it completely collapsed. Pa, 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 corpses fell onto the ground, but this time they didn't make holes in it, nor did they climb up. Instead, each one was smashed into smithereens, turning into piles of blood. With another rumble, the altar also cracked from the middle, exposing an unfathomably deep fracture. Soon, black smoke fiercely erupted from the bottom, turning into something resembling a human figure above the altar. Ling Han was quick to act, already grabbing Rong Huanxian's severed arm and naturally picking up the demon birth sword in passing. Seeing this, Rong Huanxian actually stopped crying out in pain, and yelled angrily at Ling Han, "Give me back my hand! And my sword!" Xiao, the human-like black smoke in the sky rammed fiercely towards Ling Han. This was a scheme after all. The thought crossed Ling Han's mind. However, why was that idiot Rong Huanxian so insistent on pulling that sword out? Now the devil suppressed in the mystery realm was let loose and he was at wit's end. With a flash, he immediately entered the black tower. The lump of black smoke missed and immediately turned around, targeting Rong Huanxian. Fu *K. Rong Huanxian was greatly terrified. Chapter 246. Rebirth. Rêverie. Rong Huanxian cussed out, hurriedly hiding in the bronze casket. He naturally now knew that things weren't right, but the demon birth sword was not fake, and he still wanted it. However, the black smoke's presence and the patterns that appeared on his body were completely the same, so he wouldn't dare to let it come close, naturally hiding in the bronze casket at once. As for his arm and the demon birth sword, he'd claim it back with time. His ideas were very optimistic, but reality was too cruel. The black smoke speed was far faster than the speed at which he hid. Ling Han could dodge in time because he only needed to think to enter the black tower, but Rong Huanxian couldn't. He needed to crawl inside the bronze casket, and the two speeds could not be compared at all. Xiao, he still hadn't dived into the bronze casket, but the black smoke had already bore into his body. He started, but the black smoke didn't seem to be as scary as he'd thought. He still managed to get inside the bronze casket, and with a clang the casket lid closed. He was going to use the old method to expel the demonic qi. With a thump, the casket continued to jolt and black characters flashed on the casket's body, becoming increasingly fierce as if it was about to explode. But all of a sudden, the casket settled down, motionless. The casket opened, and Rong Huanxian appeared again without any change. His severed arm was still bleeding, but his expression was extremely calm. In his eyes was surging black light, and with a close look, it was actually a silhouette of the moon and stars. A gushing spring-tier martial artist could actually have the reflection of the moon and stars in his eyes. Just how incredible was that? This body might not be really satisfactory, but it can barely still be used, Rong Huanxian muttered and peeked at the severed elbow, black smoke immediately surging from the severed area. An eerie scene appeared. His right hand grew out at a visible pace. Ling Han was inside the black tower, but he saw and heard what happened outside clearly. Rong Huanxian was no longer the original Rong Huanxian, but was possessed by the consciousness within the black smoke. Such terrifying skill. At least, to Ling Han's knowledge, not even Heaven Tier or Shattering Void Tier cultivators could possess someone. Otherwise, the Shattering Void Tier warriors in this world would breed like flies, becoming more and more with each generation, because they would never die. A god. Ling Han thought of what Azura Demon Emperor had said about the god suppressed here. It seemed like it wasn't wrong, but the god wasn't some chaos origin god, but Azura Demon Emperor himself. It was no wonder he urged Ling Han and Rong Huanxian to take away the demon birth sword to open the restriction, and in the end, he wasn't even hesitant on expending demonic qi to stop Ling Han from stopping Rong Huanxian. "So you're Ling Han," Rong Huanxian muttered apparently. He gained Rong Huanxian's memories after possessing his body. He chuckled and said, "Come out, I know you're still here." Pausing and seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, he couldn't help but snort and say, "I know you acquired a god tool. Only a god tool can contain living things. Hee, based on your experiences, you couldn't possibly know. Let this lord give you a proper lesson today." This lord could run amok in the divine plane back in those days. "My knowledge about god tools surpasses yours infinitely. As long as this lord finds it, I can refine it, and you can just die inside there." Before, this lord couldn't deal with you, because this lord was suppressed by the formation. Now, with a physical body, the only path you have is death. "Humph, since you want to waste time, then this lord will find you." He shouted lightly, and puffs of demonic qi burst out from his body and floated in the surroundings, obviously searching for the whereabouts of the Black Tower. Ling Han naturally heard everything, and couldn't help but be a bit nervous. Azura Demon Emperor was once a god after all, even though now he was only 1/9 of his body. Ling Han was curious about that. Didn't he say that this place suppressed one of his arms? How did it just become black smoke? No matter what, an emaciated camel was larger than a horse. He must have had some powerful ability. For example, Ling Han still had a sliver of the legacy as a former warrior from the heaven tier, discernibility and judgment not in the least inferior to those in his previous life. "Don't worry, this person is just a sheep in wolf's clothing." Small Tower suddenly appeared and evaluated. He's been suppressed for too long, and his soul is not complete. If he wants to recover the strength he had, he must recover his soul first. His battle power now is mostly moving the physical body. The demonic qi entering the body largely increased his battle power, but it won't reach a ridiculous level. "What you mean is, I can contend with him?" Ling Han was automatically drawn to battle. Small Tower looked at him closely, trembled lightly, and said, "Unless you borrow my power, you won't be his rival." So he would have to use the Black Tower's single-time power-up now. Ling Han shook his head. This wasn't worth it to use the best steel to make the knife's edge. Since Azura Demon Emperor needed to assemble 9 parts of his soul to re-emerge as a god, then he couldn't create too much of a disturbance. It wasn't like there weren't any powerful cultivators across the vast lands. "However, you can refine the demonic qi," Small Tower suddenly said. "That can at least increase your cultivation by 3 layers and strengthen your physique. The indestructible Heaven Scroll will likely be able to reach Rock Cliff tier." Ling Han nodded, sitting down cross-legged at once. He waved his right hand, and the lump of demonic qi appeared before him. Inside the Black Tower he was a god. "Refine," he murmured, and with a bang, the demonic qi dissipated, enveloping him like mist. This was energy cultivated by a god. Even with such a lump of it, Ling Han would never be able to refine it normally. Perhaps someone in the Shattering Void tier would have some chance to succeed, but a person in the Gushing Spring tier definitely couldn't do it. However, in the Black Tower he was omnipotent. So what if it was the energy cultivated by a god? It could only keep quiet and be refined by him. Ugh! The demonic qi entered his body. Ling Han immediately groaned, and his body inflated 1-fold, turning him into a fatty. The energy within the demonic qi was too abundant. It was of the god tier after all. Even if it was only a tiny bit, it was still surprisingly powerful. The strange fire immediately became restless, sending out a thought to Ling Han about wanting to feed. Ling Han was originally a bit stuffed, so he naturally didn't mind sharing it a little. As a result, a fierce flame was released from his left hand, and then immediately disappeared. The strange fire had already stopped all movements. So full it burst. Ling Han swiped with his divine sense and stopped worrying. The strange fire probably absorbed powerful energy, and was now in hibernation to absorb it easily. When it awakened, it definitely could transform into a higher level. Without worries, Ling Han went full throttle, absorbing the energy. His spring's eye expanded, his physique improved, even his soul slightly grew. Chapter 247. Refining Demonic Qi. Rêverie. God tier power was absolutely a splendid tonic, only slightly inferior to God-tier medicine. Before, Ling Han ate the root of that God-tier medicine and improved his physique by whole lot, even almost forming rock cliff body. However, his cultivation barely improved. This was because a true treasure would only increase the foundation, just like the best steel should be used on a knife, it wouldn't be wasted on increasing cultivation. After establishing a firm foundation, would he need to worry about not increasing cultivation fast enough? However, this surge of power also increased his cultivation quickly as well. This meant that a part of the power was actually wasted. Of course, Ling Han needed to reach the higher tiers, so he naturally wouldn't mind. Moreover, he got the demonic chi for free. How could he be picky? Shua, a figure came dashing from ahead, with all four limbs on the ground yet surprisingly smooth movements. In just an instant, the figure ran up to him. Who else could it be other than Hu Niu? Ling Han baddie, Niu wants to eat too. The little girl pounced and opened her mouth, inhaling a few whiffs of demonic chi. Ling Han had thought to stop her, but then recalled that Hu Niu absorbed even a godly medicine's root, and decided that this tiny bit of demonic chi shouldn't be a problem for her. It was unlikely to make her burst, so he shared some with the little girl. Fortunately, Hu Niu wasn't reckless, and only absorbed a bit before sitting down on the ground to refine the energy. Strange fire hibernated, Hu Niu meditated, and Ling Han meditated too. Only small tower was leisurely vibrating lightly. Wang, 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 within Ling Han's dantian, a violent transformation was occurring. If his divine sense turned into a human figure for comparison, then the spring's eye was equivalent to a 500-meter-long lake, but now it expanded five-fold, reaching an extreme. Ling Han was an experienced person, immediately realizing that he had reached the peak of the first layer of the gushing spring tier. According to the usual way of doing things, he should turn the second origin nucleus into a spring, and then repeat the earlier process. However, where was the second nucleus for him to liquidize now? Could he only cultivate to the first layer of the gushing spring tier? Of course not. He immediately discovered this limit wasn't extremely stable. He only needed to attack it a little to break through it. Comprehension of the tier wasn't a problem, so he only needed energy. However, the demonic chi entered his body, so energy flooded him so much that his body expanded by a fold. There were no issues. Break! The terrifying energy lightly surged, and the spring's eye immediately broke through the original limit, instantly expanding by one fold, then gradually slowing down. However, it still didn't slow down much, because the energy from the demonic chi was far from exhausted. Second layer of the gushing spring tier. Ling Han knew he broke through, but his dantian still only had one spring's eye. Put anywhere, this would be considered the first layer of the gushing spring tier. He sighed. It was not that he wanted to be a poser, but he was forced to be one. Ling Han revealed a smile at that thought. When he reached the peak of the first layer, he made a comparison. His spring's eye was 100 times larger than that in his previous life. This was because his spring's eye was formed by a 5-element origin nuclei, and it also fused 9 of them. It would be weird it weren't that exaggerated. However, in comparison, 100 times more energy had to be spent to expand the spring's eye to the limit, which equaled 100 times more time spent on cultivation. If not for him obtaining the demonic chi, he would have needed 2 months to complete it. He estimated that the remaining demonic chi should be enough to push him up 2 or 3 more small tiers. Rush, rush, rush. Time quietly passed. Under the nourishment of the energy of the demonic chi, the spring's eye expanded to its extreme once again. His body trembled as the door to the third layer of the gushing spring tier opened up to him. This speed was shockingly fast. Third layer, middle period, late period, peak, and a breakthrough again. It lasted till the middle period of the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier. The demonic chi was finally exhausted at that point. Ling Han smiled faintly, opening his eyes. He was now in a weird condition. His cultivation was in the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier, but all would see it as the first layer of the gushing spring tier. His true power surpassed the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, and his battle prowess, even without using his trump card, he could easily shoot up to 15 stars. As outsiders saw it, that would be a first layer of the gushing spring tier with 15 stars or above battle prowess. Just how heaven-defying was that? Besides, his physique also broke through to rock cliff body. Not only was his defense greatly increased, but so was his ability to refine 2 more drops of the indestructible true fluid. Ling Han raised his right hand, shaking it lightly. Black light surged out, opening up to form a net, as if it were lines of fabric that formed a certain character. However, these black lines adhered to his palm, and couldn't be shot outwards. He indistinctly felt that these black lines were extremely scary, because he himself definitely didn't want to touch them even a bit. This was the remnant of the demonic qi he refined. Small tower, what is this? Ling Han asked. Power of regulation, Small Tower replied without any delay. Ling Han was shocked for a moment. Small Tower lost its memory, so he only asked casually without any expectations, but unexpectedly, he actually received an answer. What's the power of regulation? He asked again. Small Tower oscillated slightly, as if pondering. After a while it said, I'm not quite sure, but it's very impressive. Who would have thought a tool spirit could say something so irresponsible? Yeah! Hunyeo jumped up fiercely, and with a pung, she appeared over 30 meters above the ground. When she landed, the little girl couldn't help but jump in joy and said, Nyo broke through. Ling Han swept by, only to see that Hunyeo had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the element gathering tier. If she went up just a teeny tiny bit, she could become a gushing spring tier martial artist. Based on what Ling Han knew, this little girl's cultivation speed was definitely unprecedented, something that would never reappear in the world. Even if he was a heaven-tier reincarnator with a god-tier spirit base, he could only pale in front of Hunyeo. Nyo's going to fight 10. Hunyeo laughed aloud. Ling Han snickered, and grabbed with his right hand. The demon birth sword already appeared in his hand, immediately putting up a fierce struggle, but inside the Black Tower, there wasn't any use in being a 10th-tier spirit tool. The Black Tower restrained it completely. With a thought, the Black Tower's power immediately activated, washing away the demonic qi inside the demon birth sword. He immediately discovered that the demon birth sword spirit was already connected with the demonic qi, and it could no longer be severed. If he were to refine the demonic qi, then the spirit would die along with it. He only slightly hesitated, then decided to continue, for a 10th-tier spirit tool that couldn't be used by him was useless. The spirit's existence would only be counterproductive once it left the Black Tower. It would unhesitantly kill him. Since that was the case, he naturally wiped away the spirit as he could slowly produce and nourish a new one. Hong, the Black Tower's mighty force swept by, and in that instant, the demon birth sword spirit and demonic qi were annihilated without a single trace left behind. Ling Han picked up the exceptional sword, trying to activate the martial intent in it. If the spirit didn't die and was willing to help, a 10th-tier spirit tool could release the power of the shattering void tier, allowing Ling Han to walk rampant on these vast stretches of land. However, the spirit died, so Ling Han's power was necessary to awaken the martial intent in the blade, activating the power of the spirit tool. He exerted a lot of strength, and saw that a singed line of fabric on the blade lit up. Chapter 248. Battling Demon Emperor. Rêverie. Too weak. His current strength was really too weak. He could barely initiate a tiny shred of martial intent because he had a tiny bit of Heaven Tier's divine sense. Ling Han nodded. It would do. At least, this sword was a genuine 10th-tier artifact, and although only a tiny shred of martial intent could be activated, shattering void-tier warriors were still so powerful that even a shred of martial intent was super kick-ass already. Moreover, the stronger he was, the more power of the demon birth sword could he activate. Sooner or later, he'd make this 10th-tier spirit tool regain its glory. The problem was, his power was too weak. If it was exposed that he possessed a 10th-tier spirit tool, then just how many covetous eyes would it attract? He secretly decided that he would try not to use the demon birth sword unless he had no other choice. Now it was time to fight with that demon emperor. Ling Han looked outside through the Black Tower, only to see that Rong Huanxian was expectedly still searching for him, looking like he'd go through all tedious means to achieve his goal. His figure flickered, and he was already in the outside world. Ha! Seeing Ling Han appear soundlessly, Rong Huanxian instantly revealed a shocked expression. If Ling Han could appear by his side right now and launch a surprise attack, wouldn't Ling Han be able to win easily? Ling Han smiled lightly and said, "Should I call you Rong Huanxian, or Azura Demon Emperor?" Rong Huanxian's soul should have been killed off, And now Azura Demon Emperor's soul possessed this physical body. Youngster, this lord originally wanted to possess your body, but never did I think you could run so fast. Ronghuan Xian laughed. Call this lord whatever you want. Wait until this lord rules the world later. This lord will naturally reclaim the title of Azura Demon Emperor. Ling Han shook his right hand, and the demon birth sword already appeared in his hand. He brandished his sword in a flower-like pattern and said, "If you die here, there won't be any later." Ha 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 ha. Ronghuan Xian laughed aloud, and then shook his head. Perhaps you can destroy this lord's body, but it doesn't matter. This lord can still possess another. If this lord was so easily annihilated, then how would this lord have been divided into 9 parts and suppressed in various mystery realms? So you didn't lie about this part. You really got dismembered. Ling Han laughed. Ronghuan Xian's expression turned cold and he said, "In front of this lord, you dare to behave insolently? What, you want me to call you lord?" Ling Han laughed. Years ago, countless people knelt before this lord, and those infinitely stronger than you weren't even worth my attention. Who do you think you are? Ronghuan Xian said in disdain. All right, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. I am indeed merely someone in the gushing spring tier, but you're not any better. Ling Han waved his hand dismissively. Detestable brat. Ronghuan Xian's expression became serious. It just so happens that the owner of this body harbors an extremely deep killing intent towards you, and this lord also wants to kill you, so go die. He brazenly unleashed a palm with infinite black light surging from it. It was like it turned into knots of snakes, attacking toward Ling Han. Ling Han had no fear. Although Azura Demon Emperor escaped confinement, he was still confined to a gushing spring tier warrior's body, and he was much less threatening. Otherwise, Ling Han wouldn't even appear. Even if the sky collapsed, someone else would uphold it. He swung the demon birth sword and sliced towards Ronghuan Xian. Damn it! You actually wiped away this lord's consciousness on the sword? Ronghuan Xian originally had a cold smile at the corner of his lips, thinking to order the sword spirit to activate its power to kill Ling Han directly, but he discovered that the command he sent was like a stone that sunk in the bottom of the sea. He should have been able to realize immediately that his divine sense decreased by a bit, but he was now fused with Ronghuan Xian's body that caused him to grow much less sensitive, and so he only realized the command was useless now. This brat is too weird. Slowly penetrating the demon birth sword with his power and corroding the spirit within to subdue it took him several millennia. At the same time, this largely weakened the formation's power, allowing Ronghuan Xian to take away the demon birth sword. Who would have thought that with just over a day's effort, Ling Han completely wiped away his divine sense from the demon birth sword? Wait, wrong. Since part of his divine sense was fused with the sword spirit, causing them to share their life and death, the destruction of his divine sense contained in the sword meant the sword spirit also died. He sighed in relief. If the 10th tier spirit tool unleashed its power, his current body would truly be unable to defend against it. As he was a special being which was a soul and had no body to begin with, he wouldn't be killed together with the body he possessed right now. However, he had been suppressed for several millennia, which definitely hurt his origin chi, and furthermore, he had just expended a vast amount of demonic chi to stop Ling Han. If he had to possess yet another body, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. Thus, he wouldn't want this body to be destroyed. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, "This sword would be wasted on you." SHT. Even with Azura Demon Emperor's temperament, he still had the urge to curse. With his status and identity, when he mentioned being suppressed for several millennia, people would almost be scared to death, and yet this junior actually looked down on him. Humph. You possess a 10th tier spirit tool, but so what? It's impossible for you to activate its power. Just let this lord send you to your grave. Ronghuan Xian sneered and opened his mouth to spit out strings of black chi, which surged and turned into bundles of black spikes. This wasn't Azura Demon Emperor's demonic chi, but Ronghuan Xian's corpse chi. Ling Han's expression became serious as he held the demon birth sword in front with the tip pointing slightly downward. Endless sword intent condensed, forming endless vortices in the surrounding. Ronghuan Xian's expression suddenly changed and he said, "What sword technique is this? This lord remembers seeing it somewhere? Mysterious 3000. Ling Han unleashed his sword and origin power surged, turning into an array of light. This was a transformation after reaching the gushing spring tier. Spiritual chi began to accumulate, turning into 100 swords made of origin power. The 3 styles of black origin could only be cultivated when one reached the gushing spring tier. He had the power of the gushing spring tier, but he couldn't unleash the full potential of the 3 styles of black origin. Now that he reached the gushing spring tier, at least Mysterious 3000 was showing its true loftiness. This wave of sword intent. Heaven's Sword Sect. Rong Huanxian's eyes suddenly constricted, revealing an obvious sense of fear. However, the attack already reached him, so he could only ward off the blow by flipping both palms, sending out waves of black kitho. Whether it was corpse chi or demonic chi was a mystery. Pang, 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 the 100 swords pierced through, beating Rong Huanxian into a persimmon as they blazed with sword light. Rong Huanxian shielded his head with one hand while his other hand shielded his heart as black-colored demonic chi coiled around his hands. Meanwhile, the rest of his body was riddled with thousands of gaping wounds. Blood gushed out violently and white bones were revealed on his arm. However, his head and heart were successfully protected. Heaven's Sword Sect. Rong Huanxian said one word at a time, clenching his teeth and appearing extremely furious. Waves of black chi coiled activated in his body, healing his wounds immediately at a visible level. Chapter 249. Leaving the Mystery Realm. Ling Han had already witnessed it previously. When Rong Huanxian lost his arm, Azura Demon Emperor still managed to force it to grow back. This recovery ability was really quite incredible. Upon seeing it a second time, he could feel nothing but astonishment. This recovery ability was already good enough to compare to the indestructible true fluid, but his maximum now was only 3 drops of the indestructible true fluid. But on a second thought, what cultivation level was Azura Demon Emperor at? The God tier. Though despite being an ultimate warrior of the God tier, he was trapped in the body of a martial artist in the gushing spring tier and thus unable to display his abilities to the fullest. Nevertheless, he should still have some special skills. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressed all those years ago, but instead killed off a few hundred times. Additionally, Azura Demon Emperor obviously recognized the Mysterious 3000 and even managed to say these 3 words: Heaven's Sword Palace. The Heaven's Sword Sect and the Heaven's Sword Palace, together with the 3 styles of black origin, meant that there was definitely a close link between these 2 existences. Hang, I did not think that you were actually a disciple of the Heaven's Sword Palace. I cannot leave you alive. Rong Huanxian declared grimly. He took a great leap and there actually gushed out a black mist from behind him, making it seem as if he had grown out wings. He was actually able to move as easily and freely in the air as he liked. The God tier was still God tier, after all. Even if he was currently forcibly trapped in the body of a mere gushing spring tier martial artist, he was still able to display shocking abilities. Ling Han did not feel fear. The demon birth sword once again moved to attack, exploding in an array of bright afterimages. This was an actual level 10-1 spirit tool. Even if there was no martial intent to activate it, merely the treasured sword itself already possessed a terrifying might. It was astonishingly sharp, and what would not immediately be severed after being sliced by it? As sword chi danced, it was as if the Sword Emperor himself was still alive and possessed an invincible might. Rong Huanxian suffered continuous attacks, and his flesh and blood continued to fly in all directions. However, demonic chi possessed a powerful recovery ability, so he would be able to instantly recover and be well enough to fight again. But his demonic chi did not have an endless supply. Previously, he had already expended over half of his demonic chi to imprison Ling Han, and taking over Rong Huanxian's body had also expended quite a lot of demonic chi. If he continued to use it to endlessly to heal his injuries, even he, Azura Demon Emperor, would not be able to bear it. Damn! Damn! Rong Huanxian roared loudly at the sky. Such a piece of trash. When I was at my full power, merely one look would be enough to kill him off 10,000 times. But now a weakling like this actually managed to wound me. I'm practically going to die with fury. If you do indeed die with fury, I would be quite delighted, Ling Han said calmly. Rong Huanxian became even more angered. This brat actually still dared to make sarcastic remarks at him. However, his current body was really too weak, and his demonic chi was unable to control Ling Han either, which meant that his greatest weapon was rendered ineffective. Now, What else could he do except continuing to be beaten? Hang, I have just escaped my prison, so I will spare you this once. The next time we meet, I shall definitely tear you apart. Rong Huanxian threw down a line that fit the situation and immediately scrambled into the 3 lives corpse caskets. The most important thing now was not to battle Ling Han to death, but to seek out the other 8 mystery realms that had the parts of his soul suppressed within. The moment he managed to completely reform his soul, he would immediately recover the cultivation level of the god tier. Hong, the copper coffin moved and rushed towards the altar, abruptly crashing into the big crack that had formed there previously. Ling Han could not help but give him the middle finger, expressing his disdain. However, the 3 lives corpse caskets was also a 10th tier spirit tool, so even if he had the demon birth sword, he would not be able to destroy it. Thus, he could only let things go for now. However, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. The earth was rumbling, and one after another, cracks opened up. These cracks were like a spider web that spread all over the ground, but it was a great number of times wider than actual spider's silk. The whole ground was currently transforming into an uncountable number of ravines. Fuck! Even when leaving, this Azura demon emperor would still not forget to cause trouble. He must have controlled the 3 lives corpse caskets and crashed it into the core of the mystery realm. Now, the whole realm was about to fall apart. This immortal monster had been suppressed here for millennia, so he had to be more familiar with the situation of this place than anyone else. Pang! 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 One after another, bursts of fire from the ground soared upwards, and blazing lava was also gushing out. The whole plain had instantly become hell on earth. Thankfully, there were not many living beings here. Otherwise, this would definitely be a great calamity. Ga ga ga. The whole space was no longer stable, and multiple cracks appeared. This mystery realm was really going to perish. All of a sudden, Ling Han was not able to care about anything else. With a flash, he had entered into the Black Tower. The current him only had the ability to protect himself. As for what the other people in the mystery realm would face, that was not something he could control. Hong, a powerful force burst out and the whole mystery realm exploded outwards. The mustard seed too the Black Tower had transformed into also gushed out, tossed into an unknown direction. Ling Han continued to observe from within the Black Tower. The Black Tower passed through void and landed in a forest. In a flash, he left the Black Tower. His eyes took a casual sweep over his surroundings, but he experienced a great shock from this. Apparently, a gigantic piece of land had crashed down, and the original forest was no longer visible, being completely crushed beneath. He had no idea how many living beings had died in this disaster. Azura Demon Emperor was really a demon indeed. He obviously could leave the mystery realm calmly, yet he still chose to destroy the whole mystery realm. That was still all right, but the whole mystery realm crashed down from empty air, causing an even more terrifying amount of bloodshed and loss of life. The whole forest had been crushed into nothingness. What kind of level of loss of life was this? Thankfully, the bigger part of the mystery realm's body had been cut off in midair. Otherwise, if the whole mystery realm had really crashed down, then the whole country would probably have been flattened, and that would be even more horrifying. Ling Han shook his head. Only after he had left the forest far behind did he summon Lu Yutong and the others out of the Black Tower. When they heard Ling Han's words about the current situation, both Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan were unbearably astonished. They journeyed for a while longer, and finally managed to reach a small town. They asked about their current location. Thankfully, they were still within the boundary of Rain Country. However, they were over 2,000 miles away from the Imperial City. Ling Han had no shortage of money. After buying 4 iron blood horses as their means of transport, they rushed back to the Imperial City immediately. The iron blood horse was a very good mount as it possessed a terrifying stamina. They were in a rush to get back to the Imperial City, and so after a mere 3 days, they managed to return there. There were already some who had returned. According to them, the majority suddenly felt an unknown tremble in their bodies, and were suddenly forced out of the mystery realm. They had not seen that scene of utter destruction. Ling Han finally understood. At the moment Azura Demon Emperor escaped his prison, those who had been on the other side of the Thunder River were sent out of the mystery realm, but because he had been within the array, he had not been similarly sent out. These people were really very fortunate. Otherwise, there would definitely not be many who would have been able to make it out alive. Because they had departed for too long, Both Lu Yutong and Li Xichan had to return to their respective clan or master to inform them of their safety. Ling Han was naturally not going to stop them, and he too returned to his own courtyard. He saw Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiu come and receive him, saying that they had returned for quite a number of days. Guang Yuan took a few looks at him, and suddenly jumped up, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed in shock, "Why are you already in the gushing spring tier?" Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "Big brother Guang, no matter what, you are still an elite of the spiritual ocean tier. How could you act so flustered? Don't you think it doesn't match your status?" "Fuck status. Brat, you were obviously in the first layer of the element gathering tier a month ago, but how are you now in the first layer of the gushing spring tier?" Guang Yuan exclaimed in shock, not bothering at all about the fact that he was an elite of the spiritual ocean tier. Zhu Wujiu was shocked as well. Then, as if he understood the situation, he said, "Young Master Han must have gotten an unbelievably great fateful opportunity within the mystery realm. That's why he managed to complete such a massive leap. Congratulations, young Master Han," he said sincerely. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.